Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do y'all know what time it is? I'm going to rewind some gameplay because I really need you guys to see this today. But you are now tuned in and locked in with the most outstanding morning show podcast, whatever you want to refer us as, on a weekend. And that is the LSS, otherwise known as the Living SplitScreen morning show with your hosts, Pong Steel. Look, man, it is I and I am him, the one and only Steel Rain, coming at you live, raw and uncut, and bringing that energy, man. You know what I mean? I think we both gonna got it today going on, though, Pong. But let me go ahead and pass it off to you, man. Talk to the people. Tell me a little bit about how your week's, man, and how excited you are to get into this today, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It is episode 24. Before I get to my intro, Steel, I think we should definitely do the other thing that we talked about.
Oh, yeah, facts.
Facts. Let's do that before I get into it. So, hey, guys, welcome. Episode 24, Living SplitScreen. For those of you that are live, we thank you. Chat, I already see some amazing people in there. Obviously, for those that are going to be listening later, appreciate you. Nothing but love and respect. Today, however, before we get down to
big facts, talk to them.
Really fun and games, which at the end of the day is what we are here. What we do here is just talk about fun and games. Steele and I talk many times on different subjects that come up about, things that are a little bit more serious than always the fun and games.
Right.
And today of all days, I think we need to do that. Today is about real life. Sometimes you got to take things in perspective. And this is one of those days I think that everybody should take a step back for a few moments and remember what really, really matters. And so today on 9/11, obviously today is the 20th anniversary of that day, that infamous day at this point. In history, not only for America, but for the world. A lot of things changed that day.
Right.
For those of us old enough to unfortunately remember, I think we will always remember where we were when it happened. But I think it's important that we do recognize and respect this for what it is. Again, the main saying when it comes to 9/11 is we will never forget, right? We never forget. And we can't. So on that day, September 11th, 2001, as everybody knows, the World Trade Center towers were attacked in New York. And there was a total of 2,977 people that were killed that day. I'm not going to include the evildoers. I'm not going to include them in that number. So 2,977 people were killed. And that includes 400 first responders, policemen, firemen that were on the ground. And, again, for me personally, it is a day I never will forget. And it's something that changed the world. What I wanted to say just real quickly is, first of all, blessings and love to everybody who lost someone that day, to all the families, blessings and love to anybody who was impacted by that day in any way, shape, or form. Blessings and love to all the first responders who were on the ground. Special shout out to Mr. Boomstick, who a lot of people don't know was one of those first responders. So he talks about it frequently, but a lot of people may not watch his show. Much respect. But again, it is a day that we cannot forget. It is a day that does need to be remembered constantly. And today, especially on the 20th anniversary, I thought we would just start the show with a 20-second moment of silence for the remembrance of it. Steele, do you have anything else you want to add to this, or your thoughts on it before we do the 20 seconds?
I mean, you pretty much knocked that out of the park, man. The only thing I really want to say on it is, like you said, it was a very memorable day. I still remember it coming on TV in my classroom when I was in middle school, man, and just being dumbfounded by the fact that two iconic parts of our, just of New York or just of America and the way that we just got impacted, man, was it was crazy to see, man. And again, just like you said, you know, all the nothing but and like positive energy and blessings for everybody that was involved. Um, Everybody that may be still going through things. Just because it happened in 2001 doesn't mean that 20 years later people still aren't feeling some of those effects. Families have been impacted. But again, man, like you said, I definitely think it's important to at least recognize it. It's crazy that the show actually fell on September 11th. So I feel like it's only right for us to at least give that 20-second moment of silence that you recommended. So if we want to do that, we'll start that at the top of the record time. So 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, I greatly appreciate you all for sticking with us and rocking with us, especially into this intro. It's an important thing. It's an important day. A lot of people died. HTK said also, the Pentagon was affected as also. And PA also, man. It's just been a lot of craziness that's going on in the world that I feel like people tend to forget about. I know gaming is supposed to be our escape, but that's why I'm always so hard and bullheaded about the personal attacks and the little bullshit that goes on within our community, because it's uncalled for. We come to gaming as an escape. We come to gaming because it's a passion, it's a hobby. It's something that it's a common thing that we all share in common. We want to be able to have conversations, have discussions, love each other, and overall just try to be good human beings. You know what I mean? I know it's hard for a lot of people to be that. I'm not asking for anybody to be perfect, but I do want people just to keep other people in mind, man. It's the same way that I feel about this whole pandemic situation. Hey, man, at least I just out of respect for your neighbor, man. At least mask up, man. Just protect yourself. No matter what you believe in, do what you feel is right. But at the same time, just keep everybody else in mind, man. You never know what the next person's going through with you. And just biggest example, like myself, man, I can't risk my wife getting sick right now with everything I got going on in the background. So, and I imagine there's a lot of other people who are like that too. So, with that being said, and to pull away from some of the drama a bit, what's going on, Pong, man? Let's lighten it up. Let's get it back right. Let's get it back let's get it back into the gaming, man. It was an excellent way to start. Much love to everybody who's been tuning into this point, and it constantly tunes in week by week to the Living SplitScreen, where we give you that live, raw, uncut, authentic, organic game talk throughout the industry, because we're a non-console centric platform, man. I feel like that's one of the most key important things in this show. Is definitely going to, if not prove that, definitely speak on that. That I believe that I can speak for me and Pong on this, that we're gamers, man. I mean, that's what it's about at the end of the day, gaming. Do we have things that we like? Do we have preferences or whatever the case? Sure. We're not different from anybody else as far as that goes. But as far as us caring about the overall ecosystem, the overall entertainment side of it, it's a lot bigger of a picture than people try to make it. And that's what our attention is on. So Pong, talk to the people. What have you been through this week? Have you been able to get into gaming in? And yeah, man, we'll go from there.
Brother, great to be here again. Episode 24. I can't believe it, man. It still shocks me, man.
24 weeks doing this, man.
I just can't believe it, man. Yeah, man. As far as gaming, brother, I have been all over the place, since we last spoke last Saturday. I have been diving into so much stuff because there is so much to play and there's so much older goodness out there as well. But man, I don't even know where to begin. I should have written down my list. Okay. State of Decay 2. all over it. I played a ton of it last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely back in that game. The new Trumbull Valley level that they added, the DLC, whatever you want to call it, absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely back into that game again. I played jump back into Hades.
Okay.
Pissed me off so much. I took a break from that, trying to, I just needed a break. Jump back in. Felt refreshed. I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna beat this. I'm gonna escape.
You got smacked around?
Got something weird in my mouth. Yeah. Weird. Anyways, I was like, this is it. I'm gonna do this, right? So I went back to the sword, and got all the way up to the finals again, right? Got him down halfway. I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody still playing through it. Got the final down to about halfway, lost.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, cool. Good run. Not a problem, right? Go to the fists. Never played with the fists before. I open up the fists and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna try these guys. I have one of the best runs I've had in that game. One of the best, as far as for people who don't know, in Hades, it is a lot dependent upon the luck of the draw and what skills you obtain as you go through. There is no set pattern. There is no set way.
Right.
It's just luck of the draw.
It is literally.
I had the build, Steel. I had the build. I thought it was the absolute best build. I had everything that you need. I had deflect. I had everything. I had chill. I had lightning. I had, you name it. I was ready to rock and roll. My fists were mauling people.
Yeah. I love the fist too.
Man, look. I rolled through
the entire game until the end.
Entire game. I was doing good.
I already know this is good.
I had two extras. I had two of my revives. I had two of my revives. Right. I'm thinking, got this. I got him.
Yeah.
Brother, I had him down to less than a quarter. And again, I'm not going to spoil it, so you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
When I say final form, I had him down to less than a quarter, and I had nearly 3/4 of my health bar.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to stop you right. Is that the first engagement with him?
No, I mean, no. Final form.
Oh, okay. Final form. Okay.
Yeah. Brother, I don't know what he pulled out or how the hell it happened.
Oh shit.
But the next thing I knew, I was dead. And I was man, I shut off the entire Xbox. I shut it off. I was like, I'm done. I am done. I was so mad. That game, look, game is fantastic. It's addicting as hell.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Look, I don't have the skills I did when I was in my 20s by any stretch of the imagination. I know some of my skills have slipped. But brother, I had that MFer. I had him. And it's so infuriating because
the game don't care.
The game don't care. It is like crack. It wants you to keep coming back.
Yep.
Right? It's like crack. But to know, that's the hardest part is when you know you're getting those drops and you know you're getting the right skills and you know you got it set up the way you want it to be set up and you're feeling really good. And now you know that next run, you might not.
It's not going to be nowhere like close.
Brother, look. So anyways, so that's my Hades story. Sorry, I went a little out of there, but man, that game pissed me the hell off, man. It's supposed to. It's part of it. Again, it's why I don't play Souls games. You already know this because I don't like getting pissed off in my video games.
It's a roguelike.
Outside of the norm. Look, it is what it is. So, otherwise, Artful Escape. Hey, look, guys, if you have not played this, I'm not a rhythm game player. I'm not a music game player. I'm not Dance Revolution. All those games where I'm not good. Okay, look, I just flat out, just like Souls games, I just ain't good, and I'm not going to take the time to be good. But the Artful Escape is worth your time. The Artful Escape from Annapurna. Again, Annapurna just does not miss. Look, this is the trippiest freaking game. I'd like to be back in my 20s and have access to some plant medicine. Yeah, to plant medicine or other things to play this game, because the visuals in this game are the trippiest visuals I've ever seen in any game. I literally, it is gorgeous, but it is the trippiest game ever. But the music is absolutely fantastic. The guitar, how everything just works out. Look, it's a platformer. Again, I'm not a big platformer, side scroller, but it is awesome. The game is incredible. It's worth a try. It's in Game Pass. Go download it. Give it a try. It is well worth it. It is so freaking gorgeous and creative. Really, really one of those games you got to try out. Again, we just getting so much stuff, so much content in here. Look, I even popped in, I don't know if we talked about this last week. I don't know if I had played it yet, but Asphalt 9 Legends mobile game. I'm playing on Series X, man. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you even popped that in.
It reminded me of Burnout. I kind of was like, I might want to download that for a little bit just to try it out.
It's a total mobile game, man.
Oh, it is?
It's total mobile. They want you to keep coming back. You got to earn your fuel back, and they want you to buy things. And yeah.
Not doing that.
What else? There was 2 other games I want to touch on real quick. Oh, Hard West. Hard West is an interesting game I picked up on sale. Obviously it's a Western style game, strategy. In some ways it's like a little bit of XCOM. You got to move your players in the position. You got to take your shots, all that kind of stuff. Some interesting mechanics. There's also a whole kind of mini game, not even a mini game, but they move the story forward by having you mine this gold, and you kind of make a deal with the devil, and you got to make decisions on what you want to do. And you kind of collect your money that way. And then all of a sudden you'll get to these next parts where you're actually going into a battle session. And it's laid out grid style, again, kind of like XCOM. So you got to strategize. You can ricochet your bullets. There's some really interesting mechanics to it. Yeah. Cool little game. I picked it up on sale for like $4 a couple weeks ago. And I jumped into that. And what was my other game that, God dang it. What else did I have? Oh, Redeemer. Redeemer. This game I picked up 2 months ago, I think, on sale for $1.50. Look, if a game's $1, I'm picking it up. Okay, look, this is how I am because I'm gonna try it. Look, this game, I don't know how it fell under the radar, probably because it's not for everybody. But look, this is a throwback to the old top-down brawler days from back in like the PS2 era, right? Okay. Cool as hell, man. You are this guy who was like, you were a stone cold killer. You were part of the military, a whole thing. Then all of a sudden you go off and you become a monk, right? And you're just living your life peacefully. And all of a sudden this crew shows up, you know, your old crew hunt you down, like from your ex-military days, you know, and they destroy the monks, and all of a sudden you turn violent again. But man, great game. Controls are fantastic. It's called Redeemer. Look it up. It's super cheap still. I think it's probably not $1 anymore, but it's still a super cheap game. But man, if you're just looking for a top down chapter by chapter, I think there's like 14 chapters to it. Light story gets kind of goofy and crazy, but it's a top down brawler. Controls are great. I haven't found a game breaking bug yet at all. It's got melee weapons. It's got it's got guns. And you can also just use your fists. It's got combos. It's got skills that you can open up. It's got pretty much everything you look for. Enemy variety isn't great. There's, a limit. It's a small game. Enemy variety isn't great, so there's not a lot there. But look, for what it is, just sit down and getting that old school feel again. Dude, I love it. I think it's fantastic. I've been having a good time with that as well. But yeah, no, that's been kind of my week, man. Steel, what have you been up to other than your crack in Destiny 2? What have you been doing?
Hey,
Steel?
man,
I know you got a game you could talk about that just came out too.
Hey, man, is it crack? Even though it has like it's a multifaceted game. You can do lots of different things in this. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, Destiny 2 has been kind of the consistent thing going on here lately. It's just been my PvP go-to, man. Splitgate, Halo, the MCC. Until Halo Infinite comes out, I'm kind of stuck on Destiny, man. I'm always blame my brother for that. We're about almost a month into this, and if it wasn't for that PvP, man, being so addicting, I wouldn't have been able to stay in it. Now this week, I haven't been as on it this week, man. I've been caught up with life. I actually graduated from training this week from my new job. So
congratulations, brother.
Thanks, man. So that's been an exciting thing, kind of the thing I've been focused on.
You've already been promoted to president, right?
That's it. It's only if Joe Dunmore says I have. Only if he says I have. But no. But yeah, so that's been kind of my week so far. But I could not wait till we got to Friday. Let me tell you guys why. If you haven't peeped yet, maybe you are listening on YouTube Prime, Premium, like I usually do, where I'm just listening to you guys like it's an audio platform, right? I can close YouTube, put you in my pocket, put the headphone in, and I'm good to go. Well, Tales of Arise released this Friday and yesterday, and boy, Tales of Arise is one of those games. I've never been a huge Tales fan. I never got into any of the other games. I never was into this space before. But when I saw the gameplay and everything from it, the combo system off top got me. Also saw that there was going to be a good slew of customization options. So you know how that's going to do. I get with the customization and everything for the characters. So that pulled me in. But overall, and the story looks solid, and I'm a huge anime fan. I'm a huge anime dude, man. So, coming off of Scarlet Nexus, coming off of not Code. It's you talked about it last week, Pong. Code Vein. Coming off of games like this, they have me excited for what the future holds as far as these games that were Eastern games coming over to the West and getting an audience.
Fire.
Like we have been saying for weeks here.
Yes.
Bandai Namco apparently knows exactly what space they need to be in. And I feel like as long as they stay in this space and really listen to the people and everything, boy, we're going to be in for a treat and going into this next decade. They can take full advantage of this new hardware and really take it up to that next level. But Tales of Arise has been great. I got gameplay playing in the background. I played about 3 hours last night. Only got about 2 hours here. I only got 2 hours recorded, and in the last hour or whatever, I ended up playing by myself just to try to get a deeper feel. And the game does take some time to get into, man. I want to say it takes about 2 hours until something really starts happening for you, unless you're interested in it, man. Now the story is definitely pulling me in from the beginning, and that's how I already know when a game has it good, when the story is pulling me in. I'm interested in the story. Right. From the intro, like the way that the game just intros itself, like that whole opening scene is on point. I was sitting there rocking to it, like, oh yeah, we getting it. I was looking over to my wife like, damn, they got the theme music on point right now. So from that point, as even with the minimal action that you were running into in the beginnings of the game, again, I'm only about 3 or 4 hours in that now at this point. It's a little slow, but it's bearable, man. I mean, there's a lot of story content to get in. They want you to make sure that you understand the world that you're in. That's something else that's important. It's not convoluted. A lot of it is voice acted. Some of it isn't. Right. The parts that aren't, the NPCs do have responses for you, but it's not full responses. But it's not bad. It's not bad. Like, it's a little bit of reading, but it's not like it's a whole lot involved. Overall, the combat style is definitely something that's at first I was kind of like, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do a karaoke cover for that Tales intro because it's amazing. But the combat system is on point. It's definitely something that I feel has some variety to it down the road. I can't wait till I get about to the middle of the game, really get my character going and everything. I get to put on those fly clothes that because actually The game pulled me so hard, Pong, because I was on the fence, right?
Yeah.
I was on the fence. I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna get the either the deluxe edition or the ultimate edition. I was like, I don't know. I don't know how much I'm really gonna like this game. I mean, I'm gonna buy it regardless, but I don't know if I'm gonna be that much into it, right? I got into the game 2 hours in. I bought the DLC for it. So if that tells you guys anything,
of course. Yeah.
If that tells you anything, then hey man, I'm fully invested into the game now. I can't wait to get back to it later. Well, me and Pong also have to finish off Origami, so before the second one comes out, because that's upcoming in our upcoming game, so we definitely want to get that out the way. But yeah, I'm excited to get back into it. I definitely recommend people who are into anime style games. If you like Scarlet Nexus, I think you'll also like this game. It doesn't pull as hard as Scarlet Nexus in the beginning, but I feel like this is going to have a better overall quality as far as story goes than what Scarlet Nexus had, right? Yeah. At least a more heartfelt, you know what I mean? Scarlet Nexus was heartfelt too, but it was so, some of the scenes make you feel disconnected. I like what they do between the anime, like, because they treat it like it's like you're literally playing an anime. Because it would go from you having the end game stuff to now you go to an anime cutscene, and it all kind of coincides with each other. I mean, yeah, you could tell the game is the game, the anime is the anime, but it still meshes together really well and flows together really well that I'm enjoying it. So I can't wait to jump back into that. Hopefully I'll enjoy the gameplay that I got on here. I did try to get involved in some fights that I probably shouldn't have got involved in. So you'll probably see me die a few times, but this is my intro to the game and everything. So hopefully y'all enjoy that in the background. With that being said though, that was about it. As far as me this week, I haven't had a chance to jump back into Hades or anything. I definitely want to jump into there to finish that up and beat that. Other than that, yeah, that's been pretty much it for me, man. We've had an exciting week. I know at least here we've asked week over week for us to be given reasons to invest in certain ecosystems and overall to have a huge discussion. So we got a lot of things to talk about that. We definitely got to talk about the PlayStation Showcase. Again, I feel like we got some big opinions. We're also going to talk about some of the things we've been seeing throughout the Twitter streets, quote unquote, and just overall the community, because I feel like the people that are talking big are kind of just echoing the voices of how other people feel. And again, it could just be a brand thing, who knows? But again, I know me and Pong are excited about some of the things we saw, so can't wait to get into that. But you know how this goes. If you don't know already, look, we got to get into those upcoming games because it's one of the more important things to what we do here, man. That's how we separate ourselves. We do. Not only do we bring the energy and authenticity and organic nature of this conversation within the gaming space, but we also let you guys know about the upcoming games and the games that have come out this day in gaming. But first, let's get started with the upcoming games, Pong, if you're ready. But
hell yeah.
Before we get knee deep into that, let's shout out some people in the chat real quick. Nukem is in the house. My Suko is in the house. Joe Dunmore, Spooky Sprocket. Who else we got? Tony Grasso, what's going on, my guy? Neo GameSpark, you know we always love to see you here, my guy.
Neo!
Appreciate the fact that you keep coming week by week, man. Obviously,
he was laughing at my plant medicine comment.
Yeah, he was.
So I'm glad I could entertain you this morning, Neo.
Because I was definitely going to correct you, but you know, I let it ride. If you understand, then you understand. We'll let it rock from there. Geezer Prime was good. Casket Repair was good, my guy. Who else we got in here, man? Who else is rocking and rolling with us? We got the Blue stopped in. Matt Barnes, what's going on? Bastion, the General C coming in week by week. Dragonheart, Yobi, Hertzog, Vin X, Tool Man, Fat Boy Horror, Rick Payne. Who else we got in the house, man? I'm pretty sure
the blue one.
I'm pretty sure I said HTK. Nix, what's going on? I saw you in here. Anybody else that's in here, man, let us know. We in the house, man. You're in the building, so we can holler at y'all this fine morning. Because again, if it wasn't for y'all, we probably still would be doing this anyway. But it's because of y'all that it motivates us to continue to give that live, raw, and uncut energy that we continue to give out anyway. Because it's just something we naturally do. But with that being said, Pong, let's get into those upcoming games, man. Let the people know what they got to look forward to.
Wow, look at this. We get a week, got some good games in here, but it is definitely a slower week compared to what we have had. But look, man, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, new games are new games. We got more than enough to play right now. We got crazy. Man, it boggles my mind every time I pull up my list. But yeah, no, we got a good week coming up here. So this is going to be for the week of the 13th, starting the 13th, Monday, and moving forward. But this one is going to be pretty quick here. So let's see. So on Tuesday, September the 14th, we are starting out with Cruisin' and Blast. Cruisin' Blast on Switch. Looks like a car. Looks like they're trying to capture that old Cruisin' USA feel, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks. I was about to just say that.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to capture with this one. So that one's coming on Switch. So any Switch people out there that have been waiting kind of on a racer, this might fill your needs. Cruisin' Blast on Switch. Then the big one of the week for most people, Deathloop. We have seen a ton of this game. We saw a little bit more even at the
few times,
which I was even kind of boggled that we saw even more because they have shown this to death. So Deathloop comes out on Tuesday for PlayStation 5, PC, as most people here listening to us will know, because if you're listening to us, I'm pretty sure you got a pretty good base knowledge here. This is a timed exclusive from Arcane, which is now Microsoft first party studio, of course, underneath Bethesda. But this is going to be a time exclusive for console wise for PlayStation 5 and PC. Deathloop for me, I know Steel, you're mad on it.
Yeah, I'm mad on it.
Yeah. For me, I'm looking forward to this. Love Arcane. Loved all their games. I can't wait to play this game. This game looks interesting. Love the style, love the music, love everything about this game from what I'm seeing. And I can't wait for it to come. I'm going to be waiting, obviously, until it hits Xbox next year. And we'll be seeing it in Game Pass then. But big game, obviously, Sony has been pushing it. This was obviously a huge deal for them. This is one of their few games that they have for this season and heading into obviously holiday season. So they are pushing this, and I hope it does well for Arcane. Arcane has been an underrated studio. They have been critically successful. Everybody, all the critics love their games, but commercially, they have not been successful. And a lot of people feel that if it wasn't for Xbox, Microsoft coming in and buying ZeniMax, that Arcane would have been one of the studios that was folded.
Probably.
But I'm glad they're still here because they are a talented group of developers. They think outside the box. The mechanics they put in their games, the powers 100%. They use in their games are awesome. So I'm glad they're still here. So Deathloop on Tuesday. Enjoy it. Everybody that gets to go get it. I know a lot of people are probably going to wind up buying a game, even if it's not something they are into. I think it's different enough that people are going to try it out. So
yeah, for sure.
I can't wait to hear I can't wait to see what the reviews are. This is one of those few times where I will read the reviews because I just want to see what people are going to say about it. So anyways, moving on, September 16th, we've got Eastward for Switch and PC. This is by Pixpill and published by Chucklefish. Chucklefish, love that name. Looks like a cool little like a little top-down adventure kind of thing here. Looks like a little RPG-ish action, maybe a little bit. So
taking some of those JRPG roots.
Yeah, those old school JRPG roots. So Eastward comes out for Switch and PC. Skatebird comes out September 16th for Xbox One, Switch.
Heard you were most excited about this one right here.
Linux. No, but I do remember seeing the video on this.
It looked funny. It looked funny.
Yeah, it looked hilarious. It is exactly what you think it is. It's birds on skateboards.
It's a bird skating.
It's birds on skateboards. But Glass Bottom Games is the developer and the publisher. It's an action style game, so it's not like a Tony Hawk where you try tricks. It's more of an adventure game, so action game. So, but yeah, that comes out September 16th. So be on the lookout for that. And then we've got, again, one Steel and I are looking forward to. He and I are going to try to finish the first one off this weekend. Origami 2 comes out for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, September 17th, and it is dropping into Game Pass day and date. Look, Steel, I talk a lot during the segment. Why don't you kind of give them a breakdown a little bit for the people who haven't heard us talk about origami a little bit? Give them your thoughts on it real quick. Why don't you?
Origami is an interesting game. It was one of those that kind of, I guess, went under the radar really for us both. And then we came across it, was like, oh man, it's like ninja style. You got these assassinations and everything. You sneak around and take advantage of the darkness, and the light drains your energy, and it has this like anime kind of feel to it. It's a really interesting game, man. It definitely, for everything that it does, that ninja style, and also adding some customization to it. Also, again, that's what I'm always for. But origami is definitely, if you're into it like that, those ninja style games, I think this is definitely one of those that you'll have to get into. Does it want you to be stealthy? Yes, it does want you to be stealthy.
Yeah.
Do you have to always be stealthy? No.
no.
Do you get points taken away and everything for people finding bodies and things like that? It's like Hitman in some spaces, except it's ninja style. You know what I mean? Where the negatives, you can't get caught. You want to be smart about your approach into the games and everything, how you take out the different enemies. But other than that, if you're on point, you're on point, because you also have abilities and everything. I know one of the best examples I could use that I got an ability where I can make bodies disappear, right? I cause this black hole on the floor, then I summon it and the body gets sucked in. So that way, if somebody walks across or walks back by, there's never a body there and I can't get caught for a body. So, you have little things where it's like, you don't have to be sneaky as long as you're efficient. And that's one of the main things about origami. If you guys haven't been checking it out, I didn't have any interest in it. I would definitely recommend it to anybody, man. It seems like it has a decent little story. I definitely want to find out what that little princess queen chick got going on under her sleeve, because there's something awful with her. I know in the beginning, a little bit of a spoiler warning here. I know in the beginning we were kind of like, oh, because she comes at you like, oh, well, I summoned you because I'm locked away and this, that, another thing. You're like, okay, well, that doesn't sound strange. Well, nah, we'll come save you. And then you get about midway into the game and she starts saying some things to you where you're like, maybe there's a bigger reason why you're locked up. Like, So it's definitely one of those. Yeah, I definitely got some bigger questions for you, but it's definitely one of those. But it's definitely something that's interesting if you guys haven't played it yet. Again, with it coming into Game Pass, I'm going to suggest it to anybody. It's a fun time. Nothing to take completely serious. The art style is dope. I think it's handled really well overall. And with that being said, man, if you're into that ninja style kind of games, I would definitely check out origami, man. Excellent,
for all the old dogs out there, Tenchu. It takes you back to the Tenchu days. Now there are some mechanical differences. There's some different stuff that you can do, but Tenchu was like, when I first started playing this, instantaneously I was like, oh my god, this is bringing me back to my Tenchu days, which I miss. I love Tenchu. But with the supernatural stuff and the powers that you do get, the skills that you can acquire, origami is an underrated game. I think you said on Steam it's highly rated on PC. It just never hit on console. Not too many problems. The first one does, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination at all.
It's not flawed either. It's not flawed either, but
no, not at all. Great game. And Origami 2, from what Steel and I have been watching in the videos of it, looks like they just take it to another level. So definitely, again, I know there's a ton to play out there, but Origami 2 is dropping in the Game Pass. You might as well download it. It's definitely, again, if it's anything like the first, and if all it did was take the first, fix some of the issues, and then just make it a little bit bigger, Origami 2 is going to be a great game overall, and a fun game, especially in co-op. Co-op is
it's perfect. It's amazing in co-op. I think that's one of the greater things. I mean, it's definitely a solid experience by yourself. But in co-op, going in there with a buddy, especially, and bro, it's one of the most amazing things to me is that this game is cross-play and that it works. Well, Origami is. Hopefully they carry that into Origami 2.
Hopefully.
But it's Origami, the first one, is crossplay and it works flawlessly, like completely flawlessly. And it's crazy to think that a dev like Lynchworks, if they're the same people, I can't remember if they're the same people. Okay, that a dev like Lynchworks, it's not a huge dev or anything like that, not somebody that we really hear about, was able to do those things and it works as well as it works. It's just one of those things where that's why I'm such on a high horse about it, because Bro, for everything that's involved in this, they did really well with this game. So
correct. So there we go. There's our origami sales pitch. Lince Works. We can be hired. We can do your marketing.
Look, check them out.
Steel and I are Steel and I can be bought. So just remember that, anybody.
Yeah.
Anyways, then we've got a game that I absolutely the first one. I never got to play the second one.
Okay.
But I absolutely love the art direction. It's just, this is what captures my mind these days. Is back in the day, we had diversity. Right. But a lot of the graphics, especially technology wise, they all kind of had to be similar in a lot of ways. Yeah, you'd get your outliers and yeah, you'd have these, but man, the hand-drawn animation is just something to behold when you got to high definition and when the tech finally caught up, and we're seeing it nowadays in a lot of the animation style games. You were just talking about Tales of Arise.
Yeah.
Ni no Kuni was one of my favorite games, PlayStation 4 days. And 2, I didn't get to play yet. I'm still hoping that somehow, some way this comes to Xbox. But when I get my PlayStation 5 down the road, if it's not, I will go back and get these games. So Ni no Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom is coming to Switch. Again, I hope it finally comes to Xbox at some point. It's been out for a long time. It's been a long time coming, but Switch owners out there, perfect game for on-the-go gameplay. Great games. Go check this one out. It is an awesome little RPG. Love these style. And again, I can't say enough about the hand-drawn animations and the work that they put into this game. It really is a beautiful game. So go check this out if you got it, because again, I can't imagine a better game for on the go. This is a perfect game. So that comes out September 17th as well. Toem comes out for PlayStation 5, Switch, and PC September 17th. Toem looks to be a adventure game by Something We Made. It's a single player game, black and white, photo adventure game is how they describe it. Hand-drawn photography game. So this looks, I love these style weird ones. I love
those Pokemon Snap fans. There you go.
There you go. So go check that one out, guys. I always love different, interesting styles and takes on games. I don't care. Sometimes they're not for me, but other times they are. But that's it. That's it for this week. So really, this is a death loop. And for me and Steel, especially Origami 2, but I hope more people find out about this game. I hope they play 2 and go, wait, where's the first one? And then they go look and it's available. So I hope that happens because it is worth its time. So that's it for this week. Next week's looks to be not a whole lot much better actually next week. So
every week is the next week. You never know what's coming out.
Yeah.
There's always one game that
there's always something
some kind of interest, right?
Hell yeah, of course. Nowadays, yeah, for sure. So, but yeah, guys and gals, that was this week. What's coming this week in gaming? But again, golden age of gaming, man. We got so much to talk about here, Steel. So Steel, we obviously this is going to be a Sony heavy show. Obviously we're going to break down the entire press conference. Is there any small stuff that you want to start with? Do you want to talk about the leak that happened last night? Do you want to talk about what you want to talk? You call it, man. You call it. Where you want to go?
I mean, we can talk about a little bit of everything. We can get some of the small stuff out of the way before we hit it out of the park. Because I mean, we're definitely probably going to end up spending the rest of the show talking about it. Just to be completely honest, I mean, again, it's just there's a lot of different discussions that can be had about this. Will it end up being a 3-hour show because of that? Probably. So y'all just make sure that you got your seatbelts fast and tight. Not too tight though. We want you to give you some air to breathe just in case you hit that airbag. But just in case, man, we can definitely touch on some of the small things first. Some of the stuff with, I believe it was Redfall, wasn't it? Yes, some of the leaks about Redfall came out early.
Speaking of Arcane.
Yes, speaking of Arcane, some leaks of Redfall came out, man, where they showed some pretty solid imagery for the game. Let me see if I can get those images.
Yeah, while you're doing that, a little background, guys. So late last night, if you guys weren't up and about and on Twitter and doing the deep diving, again, shout out to Rick Payne, who's in the chat, my my guy, Rick, has been in this community for quite a while now, and he actually tagged me and some other people in some of these posts, because these posts definitely were not out there. Windows Central has now done an article on it. So Redfall is the game that we saw during the E3 presser. Arcane, it's going to be exclusive, obviously, to Microsoft Xbox next year. It's supposed to be out summer of 2022. But that is the game where we got the CGI trailer with the whole group of different characters fighting the vampires, right? And a lot of people kind of were like curious about this game. Well, looks like, and shout out to Scalzi, another great content creator in this community. He's big into the Bethesda scene. Anybody who's looking for Starfield information and stuff, cool guy, go check him out. Scalzi, he does a lot of digging. He actually did some investigating last night and found the origins of it. It looks like this leak comes from it looks like Arcane may have hired an outside team or individuals to test this game. It's pre-alpha stage.
Yeah.
And it looks like one of these individuals was hired basically for like a one-shot kind of trial, and this person decided to break NDA, which I by no means encourage. You can ruin if you are in the industry to test games and that's kind of your career, you can get blacklisted real fast by doing this stuff. But it looks like he has done this, and it looks legit. Everybody that's dug into it says it is legit. And I guess I've got a little bit more information. Kind of broke it down. It is being described as a Borderlands open world looter shooter with vampires and safe houses. So you're going to get a kind of combination of Left 4 Dead with Borderlands, but heavy on the Borderlands for sure. Looks very interesting. Again, pre-alpha stage. So there's some screenshots out there that aren't great. There's other screenshots that look pretty good for being in that state. But definitely, actually, my hype meter actually just increased a little bit because I'm a looter shooter guy. So I'm all about
I am too. Facts, and I am too. I think the thing that excites me is just the potential for the overall character designs and the overall development of the game. For it to be a Borderlands style, I've never been a huge Borderlands fan. Doesn't mean I've never appreciated the series. I've definitely seen my brother play him over the years, and how enthralled he's been with them, and how deep he gets into it with them. So to hear that it's going to be something along those lines, that Left 4 Dead, Borderlands kind of feel, definitely piques my interest more than either one of those games do separately. So that's definitely interesting to me. Again, I am a vampire fan, so it's one of those things, the vampire werewolf thing. To see that coming into this game, and just to see, I mean, looking at some of these images, man, like it has me very intrigued the direction that they have going for this. Again, it gives me some of those, like you said, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, some COD. You got this third person picture that's right here. This kind of makes me feel like, okay, is there going to be a third person option? How are they going to be doing this? Maybe this is just you looking at a different character or whatever the case might be. I don't know. That could be dope if they at least give you the option between one or the other, because that offers more versatility. Some people don't like first person games. Some people don't like third person games. If you're able to offer people the option for other, that just shows how deep they're really approaching this. There's just always something to consider. And then it just seems like they're hard at work in it. For this to be alpha, if this is alpha, I think this is even pre-alpha. This has to be pre-alpha development. For this to be in that stage, to be looking pretty crisp as it is right now. I mean, of course, it needs work, but it gives me some hope. It has me interested on what the potential may be in this, and what kind of design they may be able to pull out of this. So that has me highly interested as far as that goes.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, Arcane stand here, so Arcane can do very little wrong in my eyes. So I have high hopes for it. Again, with the skills that I know that they're going to bring, because the leaker also talked about that and said, hey, basically the skills, if you played an Arcane game, you know what you're going to get. They're going to incorporate a lot of those skills, and I love that. So I can't wait to see, again, with looter shooters, you really got to nail it. We've seen looter shooters fail because they don't nail the weapons, they don't nail the skills. The skill trees are especially important. That's what separated Borderlands, especially Borderlands 2, one of the all-time greats in my mind. One of the greatest games of all time. Borderlands 2 separated itself because the skill trees combined with the weapons and the weapon stats were perfect, near perfect.
Right.
And it just worked out great. But yes, this interests me. It's supposedly going to be drop in, drop out co-op. You can play it single player. You don't have to play it with people. People are going to be able to drop in. But it does interest me how they're going to mix the classes. I think I read also that there's talking about 6 different classes, which is a great variety.
Yeah, it is.
I hope that comes through. I was thinking there was only going to be like 4, but if there's like 6, that's pretty damn good. I like that. You're going to have some interesting builds with combinations of different players. If you're playing co-op, combining those skills together, that's also a huge part of Borderlands as well. I can't wait to see what they bring with this game. Again, if they can hit that summer mark, I think it's probably going to be late summer. I don't think we're going to get this early summer. If they can hit that mark, I'm excited, man. This is going to be another good game coming out next year. Another big exclusive game that I can't wait to get my hands on. It's going to be in freaking Game Pass. It still boggles my mind every time I think about this. Like,
and for anybody that's dunking on this game, I don't know what y'all expected from when you saw the trailer from this game. We were talking about like a Fortnite-ish kind of look to it anyway, from what we saw from there. And there's people who are already dunking on the game that's in pre-alpha. Y'all need to get a life. Y'all need to go do something else. You need to get up from your computer. You need to go outside, get some vitamin D or something. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. If it's not for you, bro, it's not for you. But I don't think there's something to necessarily be worried about either. They haven't shown me anything to be worried about.
Again, this is a leak.
And it's a leak.
We're not even supposed to be seeing this stuff, and you guys are gonna dunk on it. Like, look.
I don't get that. Now, there are some things we could dunk on later.
Look, maybe guys should go talk to Polyphony and GT7, huh? Maybe you should spend some energy on some of that.
Yeah, let's go.
Really want to do
let's
that.
Talk about how let's talk about how Polyphony thinks that game is going to compete with anything that's Forza related. Like, come on, can y'all be for real? Like, can y'all be for real? Let's not do this. Let's not do that. We'll talk about that in a bit. We'll talk about that in a bit. But with that being said, yeah, man, Arcane seems to be doing some great things with this. Hopefully everything works out. Hopefully the design and everything goes the way that they wanted to go. Hopefully their vision comes alive the way that they wanted to. That's the most important thing.
They definitely have a style that I can see. It looks consistent throughout those screenshots. It looks like they've got that portion nailed down.
Facts.
Now it's just filling out the rest.
Exactly. And Arcane's a good studio. So I have faith. They got money behind them now. So I definitely have faith that they'll be able to get that rocking and rolling. I have no doubts in that. Whether it's going to be for me in the long run, I guess we'll see when we get some more gameplay, when we get something that's not a leak come out that actually has some stuff. So that actually has some credence to it, and we'll go from there. And I'll give you guys my opinion on it from there. But other than that, it's interesting. So that's always good news. Other than that, I feel like there was a couple more things that I've also seen that I wanted to lightly touch on, but I can't think of what they are offhand.
Are you serious?
Oh, there was the one thing that I wanted to touch on as far as not because everything else is kind of involved within the whole showcase thing. Because that's what all the other conversations kind of been wrapped around. But the only other thing, and this kind of leads into that same portion of it too, was just people saying using. Well, one of them is not even technically a dev, but using women devs and saying that, this is PS5 devs and these are the other devs, and it's like, are y'all fucking serious, man?
Yeah,
like one, of course, and then of course one looks better than the other one. But to each his own. That's everybody else's opinion. But at the end of the day, for these kind of things to be like still going on, and you wonder why people don't take gamers seriously. Again, we keep falling in for the same trap, the same tricks, and then these corny ass people getting online and saying, yeah, my Sony makes these supermodel games, while Xbox makes these Norbit style games. It's just insane, bro. Like I don't get it, man. How you feeling about that whole thing? Where they used Alana Pierce's picture in the dev from, I believe, was a new from the new PlayStation
God of War
studio?
Ragnarok.
Okay.
God of War Ragnarok, because that's the one that she's writing for.
Yeah.
You know, again, this is the clown. The clowns don't ever take a day off, right? The circus goes on. They wake up every morning. They put their makeup on. Actually, I don't even know if they remove it. They probably sleep with it because the clowns remain the same, right? And these guys just come out, like you said, Steel. I hate it from the standpoint of it. This community as a whole, when people see this stuff, people who aren't a part of the community and don't understand what happens here and the different factions that are even within this community, which we should all be united as gamers, but unfortunately we're not. But then you've got these extreme factions that go out here and do this bullshit. And people from the outside that ever take a dip into this community, if that's the first thing they see, they're out. They don't want any part of it, right? It's first impressions, and I hate that part of it. I hate that part still exists. Look, everybody's going to have their inner thoughts. That does not mean your inner thoughts should be put out there for the public consumption. That does not mean you should put that out there like, oh, this is funny. Look, I understand trolling. I get it. I've been on this internet since it began, since it was birthed. I've been on the internet, so I've seen all the different stages that we've gone through.
It's not surprising.
So as an old guy, as an old guy, I get what trolling is. But there are certain things that we just look as a human being, like you and I have always talked about, Steel. It's about treating other humans with decency, no matter what at the end of the day, until they don't deserve it. And neither one of the two people that were used in these pictures deserve any kind of hate or slander or disrespect in any way, shape, or form. Right. And for me, it's just wrong to get personal like that, to go after looks like that. If you are personally being attacked by a person, you don't just go out there and randomly use that kind of stuff in your console war bullshit, right? That's all corny. It is at the end. It is. It's a clown show. It's a circus. It's stupid. You think it's funny. You got your little group of friends that like it, that retweet it out. You got your little high fives within the community, your little bubble, your very small bubble. But then you got the rest of the community up in arms. And if that's what you wanted to do, again, reevaluate your life. If you're just looking for negative energy and you take that as a win during the day, take a look at your life. Again, I'm not scared to say it. Go seek some help. Because you're doing life wrong if that's what you seek out as negative energy.
100%.
I'm sorry. I can't say it any other way. Go get some help. Go talk to some people. Figure out what it is that makes you that way, because that's not the way you do life. And I'm not here to tell anybody to live their life a certain way. I'm just telling you from an energy standpoint, from what you want to bring in and invite to your life. That's not how you do it. That's not how you want it.
It's not funny. I understand people people like to do things because they feel like it's funny. At a certain point, there's a difference between being funny and being corny. This is just corny. It's not funny. There's nothing entertaining about it. I understand it's entertaining to y'all who don't go outside like that, I guess, but it's not. So, but it is what it is, man. Stop using people's looks to represent anything within the community. It doesn't do anything, doesn't represent anything, doesn't represent you very well. I can't take you serious when you do that. Half of y'all say shit is trash and can't tell me why it's trash. Except for, just because it's that. So it's like, But anyway, it's just another one of those things that I wanted to bring up. Other than that, was there something else that we might have wanted to throw in there, Pong? Or was that pretty much it as far as that goes?
We could start out with this. Since we're going to roll right in, and this is going to be Sony heavy anyways, we can roll right into this. A couple articles came out this week. I don't know if anybody saw it. Again, this goes back to what Steel and I have been speaking on. This industry is healthy. This industry is incredibly healthy. So there was an article that came out that talked about how in Japan, PlayStation has lost some of its luster, has lost some of its power, has lost some of its mind share over in Japan. There was an article that came out about that. And of course, everybody, jumped on it and said, hey, it's a great time. The article even explains it's a good time for Xbox to get in over there, that they have an opportunity. And then another article comes out this week that says, hey, by the way, PlayStation confirmed 1 million sold PS5s in Japan. Fast is selling faster than the PS4, right? So you've got these two dynamics going on over there. I don't think it can be argued that PlayStation, ever since they moved their headquarters to America, and taken a focus off the Eastern side of things, definitely has lost a little bit of its momentum over there. It isn't looked upon the same. But at the end of the day, let's be real. It's still PlayStation. It's still a worldwide brand, the biggest worldwide brand in video gaming. Nintendo, we can argue that one out. But again, it is what it is. It's a juggernaut. And people, again, the desire for a PlayStation 5 is as strong as ever. It continues to be strong over there because the industry as a whole is so damn healthy that we can have two articles basically say the opposite things, but both be true, right? That's how healthy this industry is at this point.
Good point.
Back in the day, it would have been one or the other was not right. But in this day and age, you can say both articles are correct. So I think that's just, again, goes to the strength that Steel and I have been talking about. Steel, you got any thoughts on it?
No, I mean, it's an amazing thing. I don't think it's anything outside. It wasn't surprising because it's not anything outside of what we were already, those who are involved within the gaming space kind of know about. If you have any resemblance or any thought on it, if you've thought about it at all, you'll be thinking about just how kind of PlayStation has kind of progressed over the years, as far as definitely in Japan, where the Switch and Nintendo has just become more of the prevalent thing on that side, where they've become more handheld based, more on the go, not really in the house playing their games like that, along with some of the other restrictions that they got going on over there too. It's kind of not surprising to me. Again, it's still kind of crazy to think about that Sony moved their home base from over there to America, but again, they just saw where their base is. Again, I mean, more people in America buy those systems, buy those games than anywhere else, so they moved to where they were selling at. Again, because they could have gone to the UK too. They could have gone anywhere else, but of course you're going to make that home base in America just because it's going to make everything easier for you down the road. But again, you do have to deal with those negative things down the road. That
the backlash.
Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. Of course, you're gonna have to face the backlash going down the road just because you were a Japanese-based company. And again, I mean, Nintendo didn't move out, and Nintendo moves units regardless. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Nintendo sells really well in America also, but they're not gonna move their home base to America. That's not something that I don't think they would ever do. They'd probably just have an extra space over here. You know what I mean? So it's just, I think that's what hurts them more than anything. It may make that whole community feel a certain type of way, especially with seeing the changes that they've made to the controller, with the changing the inputs and everything. That's been a huge thing over there. Again, it's one of the number one things that I've always noticed about those games, where circle was the accept instead of X, and now they've kind of mainstreamed it to where X is for like everything instead of circle. So it's like changing the whole dynamic of what kind of made y'all different.
It was cultural. Legit cultural.
Yeah, that too. It was a cultural thing. Facts. Yeah. It was 100% a cultural thing, and it's crazy. And the fact that they've kind of removed themselves from it, at least credence that it's not as it's losing that mind share. People are feeling a certain type of way about it. Is it going to stop it from selling well? Nah, it's Sony at the end of the day. It's still one of the more known popular brands out there, you know what I mean? So it's like, even though the only hardware that they really sell is consoles, and the only other thing they sell other than that is insurance, but other than that, I mean, you got to give it up to them. So it is what it is as far as that goes.
Yep, absolutely. So, well, I guess if you don't have anything more, Steel, I think I'm good. We can get to the meat and potatoes and the dessert all in one topic here with the Sony showcase. Again, Steel and I like to do different things and talk about different things, and we try to do that, but there are some things that are obviously too big.
We got to talk about it.
Yeah, and Steel and I didn't have a special or anything during the week where we wanted to talk about this. So a lot of people may have not heard any breakdowns from either one of us. So we are going to break down the entire Sony showcase because this was a big big deal in a lot of different ways. There's a lot to talk about within the show itself. So I think Steele and I were both in agreement this week. We would definitely hit this, even though pretty much everybody and their brothers and their mothers and their grandmothers and their grandpas all talked about this at some point this week. We are going to hit this and we are going to deep dive it. So big thing. So again, I don't think, unless you've been living underneath a rock, you guys weren't aware, Sony did have a showcase this week on Thursday. This was something that a lot of people, Sony fans especially, but gamers in general, have been waiting on. Sony's been very quiet. Hasn't been a whole lot going on with them. Little shows here and there, little states of play. Didn't show really anything big. Everybody, of course, waiting on the first party games. You know, where's the big ones? Where's all these heavy hitters that you guys have been talking about, right? And so finally got some of it. Some of it answered, and I think that a lot of it came down to selling. I said this before the show on some other places. I think we might have touched on it a little bit last week as well. I thought that they were going to go back to 2015, 2016, when they were selling a lot of hope, a lot of promise. And in a lot of ways, they did that with this showcase. They fulfilled that. Again, we'll talk about it. That there's some questionable things in here. There was some things that I thought that they held back that they probably shouldn't have, but be that as may, it is done. It is over with. It got everybody talking. The internet's been a buzz. Of course, Xbox is dead again to a lot of people. It's over with. Xbox supposedly is going to close up shop and sell off all of its studios next week. So because it's over with, right? So there was a lot of that, which we also called. That was going to happen.
Yeah, again. We definitely called. That's what's crazy about this, because we pretty much nailed the nail on the head last Saturday. Darn near everything that we said, it pretty much came true. But
the circus never stops.
Yeah, that's a fact. But what can you expect? Go ahead, Steele. Right? But no, man. So it was definitely an interesting showcase. Again, I know me and Pong have been sitting here for a while saying, hey, we've wanted PlayStation to give us kind of a reason to invest, give us a reason to, be in that ecosystem other than what you currently have out. Because right now, still currently, you've given me a lot of additions to, not reasons to. And even with this, I found a lot of additions, not reasons. Now, there was one main reason, which we'll definitely get into, and some of the others could be potential reasons also, but they're still more so add-ons than anything else. Sony did a fantastic job overall of selling hope. Again, something else that we pretty much nailed we hit that out of the park as far as that goes. They did exactly that. They sold hope. As far as all these games that are coming out, a lot of them aren't coming out till 2023, 2024, if that. So again, people were of that mindset. Oh, don't show me anything if it's 2 years away. I don't want to see it. You were saying everybody was talking about this shit from Xbox, and then as soon as Sony does it, everybody's like, "Oh man, this is great. Oh man, we can't get any better than this." But we still don't know anything else that's releasing over the next year, other than God of War and Horizon and GT, which I don't think is going to release on time. Not based off what we saw from that trailer. Just saying. But again, we will hit every one of these from top to bottom. I also have it in order. That's the other thing. I want to shout out to shacknews.com for breaking this entire show down and putting it in order, because most places don't tend to do that. They run with whatever was popular. But me and Pong, we already made the decision that we wanted to talk about this in full, because from the start to the show to the bottom of the show, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things from the start, middle, and end that we've kind of pulled some attention and that we want to talk about. So starting with Star Wars: The Knights
Before you
of
do
the
that,
Republic.
before
What's
you
up?
do that, Steele,
Where you want to go with it?
Can we talk about the opening to the show? Can we talk about the opening?
Okay, let's talk about it. What's up?
You remember the opening?
I don't remember the opening. I don't remember the opening at all.
The whole commercial with the chess scene. You remember that? Maybe you.
I don't remember. I probably skipped over that.
Okay, so look, they had this whole opening. I literally Steele, and you got to go back and watch it.
I'm about to watch it right now.
Okay, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. So they literally had a 3 to 5, I don't know, probably somewhere 3.5 minutes long, 5 minutes long opening, in which they created this whole live action kind of movie in which two sides are playing chess. Now, I'm not sure.
I missed this. I'm playing it right now for live on stream too.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Some people are out there claiming that this was Sony's shot at Xbox, in kind of a off the cuff way, that they are the only ones playing chess. But both they got these two sides playing chess. Very cool. Honestly, the aesthetics of it, I liked what was happening here. But I literally thought this was going to be a next gen chess game. I literally thought Sony was starting out their show with some kind of crazy take on chess. I was like, really? I'm a chess player, have been for most of my life. So I was like kind of intrigued. I was like, this is an interesting way to start. But anyways, come to find out at the end, it wasn't. It was a commercial, simply for PlayStation. And I just thought this was again, I liked it, but I thought it was kind of a crazy way to start off a showcase, to spend 3 to 5 minutes with a commercial that people didn't know what the hell was going on during it, right? People were like, really like, what is this? What are we trying to see here? Is this a game? Is this not a game? What is this advertising for? They said that PSVR was not going to be there. I thought they might just throw out like a virtual reality type chess game. Like I had no idea. But yeah, interesting way to start the entire show off. And I know a lot of people were kind of divided on this. Actually, I think probably more people hated it than anything else, but just thought it was different. Let's put it that way. It was different. So
it definitely looks different from everything that I'm seeing from it so far. Again, that's probably why I ended up skipping it. Because it wasn't that big of a deal from what I've seen. I mean, it's cool. I get what Sony's trying to say, that they're the ones making the big moves. They're sitting on the sidelines and they're moving the pieces, trying to counteract and everything. And it's like, really? Yeah, I don't know. I guess for me personally, just to kind of give you an overall take of what I've gotten, is that you could say that you're playing chess. I feel like you're playing it safe. I feel like you're doing what you're good at, and that's not playing chess. That's playing checkers. And half of y'all don't even know how to play chess. So I don't get why y'all try to make these references and try to use it like it's some big thing. Like, oh man, you see what they're doing? You see what they're saying, right? They're saying they got the moves. They're all just waiting. They're gonna checkmate here in a bit. You're not ready.
And if you notice during the commercial, the black side was pretty basic, right? Whereas the white side, obviously representing PlayStation, if you want to take it this way, was flamboyant, had all the color, was doing all these things differently, like that kind of whole dynamic that they were trying to give there. I picked up on that right away as well. So interesting though. Interesting to say the least. Let's put it that way.
It's like, yeah, you're giving up the crown. Like, come. Who's giving up the crown? I thought Sony had the crown this whole time. What's going on?
Right.
What are we saying in this video? But I mean, I guess to each his own, man. Me personally, I don't think that's the best way to intro the show. I think it would have been better with taking this part out, having Jim Ryan come in the beginning, and then adding in some factions gameplay or something at the end of your show. Because I would have much rather seen that. But that's neither here or there.
And let's be real. Let's just start before we hop in real quick. Let's get some of the generals out of the way. Jim Ryan, get him off stage. Just don't let Herman Holst be the face of PlayStation. Let Jim be behind the scenes. Jim has done and said enough now where there's even Sony guys who are sick and tired of him. And I think at this point, I understand why you do it. Again, he's the head of PlayStation at the end of the day, but he's not a gamer, and he comes across as not a gamer every time. It's the old days of Matrick, good old Donnie Boy, being up there trying to talk games. It comes off as fake. It comes off as not real, especially to gamers who are watching these shows. Hardcore gamers are the ones watching these shows. Yes, there's a trickle down effect, but when you see Jim Ryan, when you hear him talk, dude, the guy's a business guy. Again, got nothing against him. I understand why he's in charge, but get him off the stage. Let Herman Hulst handle this stuff. Herman Hulst comes across as a cool dude, as a guy who probably does game, as a guy who gets it with passion. When he speaks, you can hear it. He cares about what he's talking about. Jim's talking about, when he's talking about games, all you can think about is that, you know, he's in the matrix seeing the digits, right? That's what he's doing. He's just seeing the numbers. That's all he's thinking about the entire time. Whereas Herman actually cares about what gamers thinking about how these games are coming out and how they're being perceived. I think Herman gets it a lot better. I would just have him in charge. So doing all this stuff.
Yeah. And Yobi brought up a good point. He said, I don't know if y'all peeped the game, but when Herman Hulst spoke, he said that you won't find these games anywhere else. And he showed off the 100% exclusives.
Correct.
And I definitely feel you on that, and it definitely kind of ramped up the show at that point, especially with a couple of the trailers that they ended up showing, especially with the Wolverine and the Spider-Man. He also said the exception of KOTOR, rumor it's timed exclusive. I don't know yet. Can't wait to see more of the game. Again, this whole it's a time exclusive, y'all have to stop. Y'all really need to stop because the game is also coming to PC. Whether you want to realize that or not, let's keep that same energy. It's a console exclusive, yes, but that's not what people are saying. People are just saying, "Oh, it's exclusive to PlayStation." No, it's not. It's also on PC, and y'all have to stop. Y'all have to stop doing this. You said it wasn't good enough when Xbox was doing it. Oh, Xbox doesn't have any true exclusives anymore. So, is it not the same for the other side? Other than the 3 games?
Yeah, they're not ready to admit that yet. They're not ready to.
So. That's my biggest problem with that entire situation. Is don't say it for one thing and then it's completely different for the other thing. You're completely taking it out of context and you're lying to the people, because I've heard too many people, especially last night, say that, oh, these games are console exclusive. The only games that were console exclusives were Spider-Man, God of War, Wolverine, maybe, and Gran Turismo.
Yep.
That's it.
As of now.
As of right now.
And that could change.
That could change with games coming out in 2024 and them wanting to move things to PC. I don't get why y'all are so entranced by, and we can just start it off here before we get neck deep, because the energy has to come. I don't get why y'all are so entranced with things having to be locked down to one console. I don't get why y'all do not want things to be accessible to multiple people. It's not good enough for you that Xbox is giving you multiple facets to jump into the scene, right? The reason why people are saying, hey, we want Xbox to grab this game exclusive is because it's not just going to one place. It's going to PC, it's going to mobile, it's going to cloud, it's going to a faceted amount of places, like a numerous amount of places. Whereas where on Sony's side, it's only one place and maybe PC. That's the difference. And it's okay. And I mean, sure, that's okay, whatever else the case might be, because at the end of the day, you have to give me a reason to invest. I'll sit here and continue to say God of War is not a good enough reason for me to invest. It is a side piece for me, personally. I don't know, other people may feel differently, and that's cool, and we'll get to that point. But the overall point of what I am saying is that these fake, like people like to say, oh, if we're fake neutrals, this, that, and other thing. Oh, I just like gaming. No, you don't. You like to be involved in the console war. You like the drama. You like to feel like you're in high school. You like to feel like you're popular. You like to feel like you're part of the cool people group. And I want to sit here and tell you face to face that you are the motherfucking corniest person that I've ever witnessed in my life within our gaming community. And you are so lackluster within yourself that you cannot stand on your own laurels for what you're interested in and only fall through with what everybody else is talking about. See, one of the most significant things about what me and Pong do here is that regardless, this is our opinion. We're not going to come from anybody else and say, oh, yeah, just because of this and this and this. No, this is our opinion. This is how we feel from the heart, period. Everybody, some of y'all And it's a lot of people in the chat. Y'all aren't like this way, and y'all aren't this way, and I appreciate that, and I love that. I love the fact that y'all come week by week and y'all continue to show support, show the love, because y'all have been some authentic and organic people, and I appreciate that about y'all. But there's some of these other places that get this attention and love this drama, who really do not get the bigger picture and then see it as a problem when other people like Pong and myself are looking at the bigger picture. That is an issue for me. And we'll talk about that a little bit down the road also, off and on. But I just wanted to kind of get that out of the way in the beginning before we get neck deep into this, just because it's such a fucking bother to me, man. This whole thing where all of a sudden nothing else matters because PlayStation did exactly what we told you they were going to do, and it's sell you hope on things that aren't even going to come out for years on end.
Which is their history too. Which is their history still. They did it back during PlayStation 4.
They're not doing anything else other than what they've been doing.
Right.
And you want to say that you want to use that video saying that you got chess moves going? No, you're not playing chess. You're doing what you've been doing.
Yeah,
it's no difference,
and you do it well. But the other side is also doing it well now. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that, bro. Like, I don't get that shit. But anyway, you got anything else that you want to touch on that before we get neck deep into the showcase?
Let's dive right in. All right. The first thing out the gate.
Is gonna hit him over the head.
Just like Dragonheart Yobi in the chat. Shout out Yobi. Just like him, I feel the exact same way he did. Like this. Right, this announcement here, KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic, for anybody not familiar, and there are still some people out there not familiar with KOTOR. Look, hit it out of the gates, right out the gates. This was a surprise. This was a absolute shock to me, and I think to most fans out there who have been following KOTOR since back in the day, who have been clamoring for this to come back in some way, shape, or form, to be remastered, remade. Look, it's too old. It can't be remastered. It has to be remade.
It'd be made, yeah.
It has to be. Again, I've gone back and played KOTOR. I played KOTOR 2. Look, these are my two all-time favorites. These both of them would slot into my all-time top 10. I personally like KOTOR 2 a little bit better. However, I don't care at the end of the day which one comes back or if both come back. I just want them back in some shape or form. So this announcement right here was the way to start a show. Okay. We could talk about a little bit the rest of the mix, how they broke up basically, one show into two halves. I don't necessarily agree with that, but this right here, this is it. And like Yobi, this is okay. Forspoken to a lesser degree told me I probably needed a PlayStation 5. This right here, and we don't know how far along. Again, they said they're early in development. If they're remaking this from the ground up, we're talking, we could be talking a 2023 or 2024 release. At least, depending on how quick they can get this done. This right here is the first time that Sony has said, look, you need to go get yourself a PlayStation 5. I know it's timed exclusive. I know it's going to be on PC. I don't PC game at all. I'm a console only guy. I know that it's timed. I don't know how long it's timed. Final Fantasy VII Remake is also a timed exclusive. We have not heard word one about it being an Xbox because Sony has zero issue money hatting certain games. They'll
continue to do it.
And they will continue to do it. So again, until we get real confirmation. Now, if it's a 3 months time exclusive, okay, no big deal. I can wait. If this thing is anything a year or more, let me tell you, as a KOTOR fan, as somebody who has been waiting for this moment for a very long time, this tells me I need to go get a PlayStation 5, that this is something that will drive me to get one sooner than later. And so for me, this is a knock it out of the park. This is done by Aspire. A little background, Aspire did the mobile versions, I believe, of KOTOR. They also have something like 50 of the original BioWare devs, many of them who worked on the original Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic 2. That gives me hope. There is some questions as to how they're going to do this, because Disney has basically said anything prior to Disney outside of the mainstays is no longer canon. They wiped out all the books. They wiped out the KOTOR supposedly. So how they work this in to canon is the interesting part, or if they're just going to make it and still say it's not canon. The fact that they have Revan, one of the best characters all time, out of the Star Wars series, still
what I've heard,
is huge. That is a huge start right there. And obviously it would have been not Knights of the Old Republic if you wiped him out.
Yeah, facts.
So, but again, Disney being Disney, I wouldn't doubt them do a deal where they wipe out something like that. But again, I'm just happy to see that he's in there, that this was a trailer. Again, it's just a teaser. It's a quick teaser, but man, what a way to start. Steel, what are your thoughts?
Knights of the Old Republic, unfortunately, was a game that I was not able to get my hands on back in the day. It's also one of those games to where, because it came out so long ago, it didn't age that well. And I've had moments where I thought about going back, or wanted to jump back in and just couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. So me being a Star Wars nut, someone who's extremely obsessed with just that whole mythos of everything that Star Wars brings, I definitely want to see something outside of the whole Skywalker saga, because that's what I was raised into, right? Is the entire Skywalker saga, where the Knights of the Old Republic takes Star Wars and puts it into its own into a kind of like a separate universe, you know what I mean? Or just kind of separates itself from everything that we kind of currently know, and still going, dealing with the Force and everything, and dealing with the Republic and everything, but just on a different level, if that makes any sense. I'm excited for it. The fact that it's coming to PC also is an amazing thing. If it was something that was coming only to PS5, again, this is one of those ones where it definitely would have been an add-on for me. It wouldn't have been, hey, you need to go get this game, this whatever the case might be. It wasn't like, oh, when I first saw the trailer, I was like, wow, Knights of the Old Republic. I knew what it was as soon as I saw the guy with the hood. And I saw a little glimpse of the mask. I was like, okay, yeah, I know exactly what this is. Being familiar with the story and everything like that. So I was like, man, that is exciting. But it didn't say, hey, you need to go get this console for this. Even if it was only console exclusive. Again, it's an add-on, but the fact that it's also coming to PC shows me that there's some kind of deal in place to where they want to make sure that they get the eyes on it, right? They want to make sure that there is going to be a huge community that's going to be playing this. They want to make sure that they're not excluding everybody, because unfortunately, this game did originally come out for Xbox as an exclusive, and it now is being put in the reverse situation, except it's also going to be on PC. So again, there is some negatives to it. I understand why people feel a certain type of way about it. Oh, how could Xbox let this happen? But deals happen the way that they happen, man. Who's to say that there may not be other things at play, as far as Microsoft goes, and as far as what they're trying to address? Maybe this just wasn't in the cards. Maybe they Aspire had this whole thing going on with Sony that entire time, and if Sony is money having the journey, what can you do about that, right? You can't, if those rumors and everything are true, and what we've been hearing about that is true, you can't fight that, right? I can't ask for something that's just like with the whole Tomb Raider situation. Microsoft completely funded Tomb Raider, but y'all still wanted it on PlayStation. And I understand why people want it, just because it kind of grew up with that system. But at the end of the day, you do have options. We're in a age of accessibility, and the fact that it's not only going to be on PS5 but also PC also just opens that door up, right? That's one of those things. If you're interested in this, start saving up now, man. If you need to get a PlayStation to get this game, then start saving up that $50 a month or whatever, man, and look at getting that system to play this game. Other than that, get you a PC. You have the options, and it is what it is. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see what they do with it. Hopefully they really take it to that next level. I hope it's more like action oriented, at least for me personally. I know that's what I want.
Questions, yes.
I know you don't necessarily want that per se. I kind of would hope that that's. I kind of hope. Well, I'm not gonna say kind of. I'm hoping that's the direction that they go. But I guess we'll see, because I've seen what they've done with Unleashed, and that's so perfect. If they're able to do something similar to that with Knights of the Old Republic and just really but focus it in that ecosystem, I think some amazing things could be done, especially for character development. So I'm that's what interests me about it. So
yeah, no, and I do, and just kind of touch on this too. Like you said, I do have questions. I do have concerns. We will see, and I understand why they would update the combat system. I personally love the original combat system, but it's not modern, and it's not what people expect nowadays. And if they are going to try to bring more people in, much like we saw in Mass Effect 1 with the remake, they're going to update it, and they're going to make it more accessible for people, and they're going to try to grab as many people as possible, which again, more power to them. I understand why they're going to do it. It's going to take away some of the feels for me, but it's okay. Again, the story is what I'm more worried about and what I need them to hit out of the park. And they can't do a lot of major changes with it. Otherwise, I'm going to have some issues. They got to keep the story. The story, look, for people who don't know, BioWare was unknown until this. BioWare was an unknown developer. This is the one that put them on the map, right? And this was a precursor to what we saw come out of Mass Effect. They got their chops by making Knights of the Old Republic. The storytelling is incredible. It's still one of the best Star Wars stories ever told, and I'm including all the stuff that Disney unfortunately has decided to nix. One of the reasons why I hate Disney taking over Star Wars. I again, be that as it may, this was one of the best stories to come out of the Star Wars universe, which is incredible to say because that is a huge universe. I have not read all the books, but I've read plenty of the books. There were some great stories in there that I'm sad to see go. This still stands atop of one of them, and for the fact that it was a part of a video game is incredible. And I also need to say this is a power move by Sony. Okay, this is a straight up power move. This is a bully move by Sony. Xbox, we have seen with the ZeniMax deal and other things that they're not playing around. Look, we both have talked about it on the show. Anybody on either side who says that Xbox is dead or that Sony was dead, dude, you guys are jokers. You guys don't look at the big picture. Sony is behind the scenes doing these kind of moves. This was straight up.
This is unanticipated.
This is a straight up bully move to say, look, Xbox, we see you over there. We see what you're doing this generation. We know you're not playing around. Guess what? We're still here. We're still kings. We still got the mind share. We still got it all. You guys got to come take it. And we're not just going to hand it over to you. We're not just going to hand it. Again, Knights of the Old Republic is synonymous with the OG Xbox.
Yes.
It was an OG Xbox exclusive. This was a giant hit for Xbox back in the day. For Sony to walk in, and again, this is what I have questions how Xbox allows this to happen, but at the end of the day, it's business. Sometimes this is just the way it works. There's no loyalty. Okay, there's no loyalty, and I don't know the true story behind it. None of us ever will. I wish I was on the inside for this one.
Fly on the wall.
I would love to know if Phil and his team knew this was going down, if they had talks with Aspire, if they backed away because they were asking for too much, if Sony stepped to the plate and handed the bag, or what kind of conversations went on in the background to make this happen. But I heard Mav say it first on Boom's after show that he did, and I thought it was a great way to put it because it encapsulates my feelings exactly. This game right here is so important to me. I don't care who or how it gets done. I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm glad it's being done. And if it took Sony to walk in and say, look, we want this, let's make this happen, what's it going to take to get this going? Then at the end of the day, I'm happy that Sony did it. I don't care. I don't care if that means I have to go to get a PS5 for this game. It doesn't mean any of that. Knights of the Old Republic is important enough in my world that I am just ecstatic to see it finally revealed. And I don't care who stage is on. I don't care if it's multiplayer. I don't care if it's time exclusive. I don't care if it will end up being full exclusive.
Right.
I would not care at the end of the day. I'm just glad it's happening. But I'm really curious to see what was going on over at Xbox that they slipped underneath the radar, man. I really want to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely unfortunate because again, like you said, it's one of those things where it feels like the ball was dropped somewhere, or they just didn't come to the door fast enough, right? That could have been the other part of the picture. It's just. Again, it is going to be available on multiple systems. It is going to be actually available on all systems, but depending on how Sony wants to address this situation, it could be a 2-year console exclusive, and then we might not still see it after that 2 years. So it just depends. Again, I would just tell people, look, if this is something that you're interested in, we are some time away from this. Again, the whole selling hope scenario. This is at least a 2024 thing, at least. And that's if everything hits the way that they wanted to hit internally. So definitely just keep your eyes out on it. Set some money to the side. I understand that, it's unfortunate that if you own a specific console that you're not going to be able to play whatever game. But again, if this is something that you're that interested in, you'll make sure that you do whatever you can to have the availability to play this game. So, with that said, I have full faith in that. Again, you do have the multiple options to play, whether it's on PC or PlayStation up front. And if not, then you just will not have to wait if you just feel like this was one of those things. So, yeah, man, it was an exciting thing. I wasn't expecting it. So they definitely definitely hit us upside the head from the start.
I mean, what's funny is we had heard the smoke, right? I think
we did.
Grub had talked about it, and plenty of people had talked about. They heard this was being done. They even had said Aspire was the ones doing it. It just was in nobody's mind it was going to show up on Sony's stage. In no way, shape, or form.
Was not expecting that. When this was the first trailer to start their show, I was not expecting this.
No.
I was expecting a God of War, GT7, Spider-Man. I was expecting something else. And this pulled attention. I'll give you that. They get points just for this itself.
And this is what competition does, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens when you're in the golden age of gaming. Again, I'm a nostalgia freak. I understand the people that say, I don't want remakes, I don't want remasters, I want new IPs. That's all I want. I get you. But for some of us, again, having these old ones, these old IPs, these pillars in the industry, the games that people continuously talk about to this day, even though they have not been out in decades, I love seeing those games come back. And this is what the health of this industry and why it's so good to be a gamer right now, because we're getting all of this. We're getting all of these games coming back, and I'm here for it. I love this.
Exactly. And Geezer Prime brings up a good point. Console exclusives have been a thing since the dawn of time. Why is everyone bitching? Nope. Business as usual. Play the game where it's at. Again, people were asking for years for competition, whether it's your version of competition or somebody else's version of competition, because everybody has their own definition of it. Same way everybody has their own definition of what's a hardcore gamer. That was another discussion that seemed to be going around this week. We won't get into this week because we're going to fill a lot of this with game talk. But yeah, man. I mean, you want competition. You want these companies to really push each other and move the needle. You need things like this, and this moves the needle. With everything that's been going on, it's been kind of like it's been over the last almost 6 months. It's been really Xbox heavy. Even with Ratchet & Clank, Returnal, with all these other games coming out, with everything that Xbox has had going on with Game Pass and everything. Sony to start their show with this, you're already slapping some people upside the head. And you could say, it's going to be half baked or whatever. Hey, say what you want, but I feel like it's going to end up still being a good game. If you're a Star Wars fan and you're interested, man, look, you got some time to wait, you got some time to look, and we'll see what ends up happening, man. We'll see what ends up happening. I guess then we can move into, I feel like this is another game that we ended up talking about at one point. Project Eve, man. Ooh. How you feeling about Project Eve, man? What were you thinking when you saw the gameplay for this?
You know, I love my female protagonists.
You do.
I do. And I love the Eastern take on female protagonists, especially. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna front. Ain't nothing wrong with playing a beautiful female protagonist. And,
hey, she was getting it. She was getting it. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, ain't gonna lie. So, look, I love this game. I love the action out of this. Steel, you and I have been talking about this, preaching about this. The talent that is coming out of the eastern side of the world right now is incredible. This is another Korean game. Man, look at this. This is absolutely just gorgeous. The action, everything about it. The story, I'm sure, is going to be I think it's going to be convoluted story. But you know what? For those of us that have played, these types of games, or the JRPGs, we're used to it. I know a lot of people, newer gamers, aren't used to it all the time. But man, some of us are just used to it, and that's it comes with the territory, right? I think it looks great. I think that I loved all the different environments that they put out in here. I love the Devil May Cry. It gave me Devil May Cry with Nier Automata feels, okay, in a lot of different ways. Love the design of the monsters. Look at that. Just look at that. She's floating in outer space. Okay, not physically possible. She'd be dead. She's floating in, but she's floating out in outer space, looking at this gigantic space station with this gigantic monster coming out of it, right? Man, look, just the environments, the field, the scope, they're bringing you to different places. I love everything about this. The graphics are already on point. And again, the action is what I'm all about. You give me that Devil May Cry Bayonetta fast style, multiple angle kind of action with guns, swords, powers, mix it all together, dude. I'm all about that. This looks great. This is going to be obviously this is it's a multi-plat.
Yeah, it's a massive multi-plat. It's on everything.
It's on everything. And I can't wait. Again, Steel, you go, man. What do you got on this one?
I mean, you hit all those notes on the head, man. That's exactly what I was thinking when I first saw it. Again, I've come here numerous times and said how much of a Devil May Cry fan I am. Nier Automata, my wife was heavily interested in. I've damn near probably watched her play that entire game, and really loved that. And it was crazy because that just started from me having interest in it to me showing it to her, and then she kind of just took over from there. But that's an amazing game. And then, you said there was one Bayonetta, and then also throwing Bayonetta in there. I definitely got those feels. It really gave me the mix of Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, really, for the most part, as far as like the over-the-top combat, the over-the-top enemies, the over-the-top just environments that they always incorporated in this. And this is taking that and adding, like, if somebody just sniffed a line of coke and was just like, I love Devil May Cry and I love Bayonetta, I'm about to just hit this line and make this crazy ass Asian game, inspired kind of game. That's exactly what this is. And this has me, from when we first saw it, I'm going to say about a year ago, I was already entranced by it at that point. This has me so much more invested in it.
Through the tunnel, man.
Bro,
God, man, just so many different environments.
This game looks like my cup of tea, and I cannot wait for this game to come out. Again, it is releasing on everything. A lot of the beginning of the show was a lot of multi-platform titles. Nothing that was going to be like, this is again Sony selling hope. They did it really well, getting that mind share to make you think you need to have this system to play these games. Because I don't even think that they tell you that these games are going to come out on other consoles anywhere in these presentations either. So unless you do a little bit of research, you're not going to know these things. So it's just something to keep in mind, man. We're entering again an age of accessibility. To see these Asian games to hit the market as hard as they have been and just constantly improving year over year, game after game. Seeing something like this, Project Eve, looks amazing. It's a standout for sure, and I'm definitely looking forward for it to come out.
Yeah, Geezer, and I agree with you. It'd be interesting to know if this is actually in the Parasite Eve world, in the universe. That would be interesting, because I did get some of those vibes from some of the monsters. It'd be crazy if this is like, because a lot of people have been wanting Parasite Eve to come back. I mean, again, another cult classic. from back in the day that we don't see. So I'd be curious to see if they're pulling that out of this universe. But man, yeah, you hit it. You hit it out of the park there, Steel. Again, agree with you every way. Powerful, beautiful female protagonist.
Yes.
Giving us everything that we come to expect from that Eastern style of game in terms of action, in terms of just over the topness that I absolutely love. Again, I don't care how over the top it is. She climbs on the back of that giant and rips his brain out of his head. Dude, I'm all
I love that. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah, do y'all see this combat? Like, so Sony did an amazing, did surprisingly well with putting this at least in the show to pull that attention, because this was definitely an attention puller. So again, definitely point for me for this title. I'm 1,000% interested in it. Anything else you want to touch on this?
Nah, man, we're good. We can't wait.
Project Eve, I can't wait for it, man. It's exciting. Definitely good stuff. All right, then we move into Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Oh, dude.
This is something for you as a Borderlands fan. I know you're really looking forward. Tiny Tina is one of those, if I'm not mistaken, one of those that really stand out for you as one of your favorite characters from Borderlands. For me personally, again, not being a Borderlands fan, I don't necessarily have an interest in this, but it taking place in a medieval kind of time and involving guns and them making the puns that they're making and making fun of that also at the same time does pull some interest. So we're gonna, I definitely want to see where this is gonna end up taking us. How you feeling about it, man? As someone who's excited about that whole genre anyway.
Yeah, I want to get back into Borderlands. Borderlands 3 did not grab me. I'm just going to be straight up. Borderlands 3, I tried it on PlayStation 4, could not get into it. Tried multiple times because Borderlands 2, again, if I had to make a top 10, top 15 list, top 20 list all time, Borderlands 2 is in there. Okay, for sure. Borderlands 2 is the first looter shooter. I love Borderlands 1 too, by the way, but Borderlands 2 is just one of the greatest games of all time. Tiny Tina is one of my favorite characters. I was going to get a tattoo of her at one time.
Oh, wow.
I thought that might be a little weird, but
no.
Tiny Tina's humor, what she brings, Tiny Tina has, look, there are times in games where you get to do side missions, fetch quests that get boring as hell, right? Fetch quests over and over and over again. Tiny Tina's fetch quests never got old just because of her. The writing, the acting. Tiny Tina is one of my favorite characters, probably period all time in video games. I love her. She is hilarious. But Borderlands 3 did not capture me. Borderlands 3, unfortunately, especially the beginning. And again, I didn't get I don't even know how many hours I put into it, but the beginning was such a slog fest for me. It was boring. It just didn't have the feels that the old ones did. I just couldn't do it. This right here is going to get me back, and I can guarantee you that. And Steel, I will tell you this as somebody who isn't a Borderlands guy per se, but you said kind of the whole theme is kind of grabbing you a little bit. Guess what? This isn't a straight up Borderlands. There's RPG elements to
yeah.
So they do take a different kind of look at the Borderlands. Yes, it's still a looter shooter at its heart. Come on.
Oh yeah, of course.
But they have RPG elements within it that kind of gives it a different feel.
Right.
But I think they have absolutely nailed this as long as they get the humor down. And from everything I've seen, the humor is going to be spot on. This game is going to be big. Now, the only deal is that when it's coming out, there's going to be a lot of competition. There's going to be a lot of other games out there as
cross-platform.
Cross-platform. Yeah. But I think that Gearbox has a chance to recapture that Borderlands 2 with this game. I think this could actually wind up being something that comes out of, people are obviously going to be aware about it. They're going to, obviously everybody knows Borderlands, but at the end of the day, this might be a bigger deal than people are making it out to be now.
Yeah.
This could turn into one of those games where everybody's like, whoa, stop everything. Got to go play Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I think this definitely could be. Look at the graphics are gorgeous.
It looks good. It looks good.
Off the charts, man. Yeah, I'm all about this, man. I can't wait. I'm super excited. I was happy to see this at the show. Again, these games, I know they're multi-plat. And again, that's why a lot of people, even Sony fans, had a problem with this whole show. But for me, what they did show, again, we've seen Tiny Tina Wonderlands, but what they showed here knocked it out of the park. it captured the entire game, and I thought they did a great job of picking the trailers.
Mindshare again, man. Mindshare again.
Again. So yeah, no, I was happy to see this here. This is one of the games that definitely raised the show up for me. Even though it is multiplayer. Again, I don't care when I watch a show. It's about entertaining me and about showing me stuff I want to see that I'm looking forward to playing. Even if I'm not going to play it on the PlayStation 5 ecosystem, I don't care. You still gave me a game I'm excited about that I'm going to be playing on Xbox. And you showed it, and it showed well. Look at that.
Yeah, it looked
unicorn.
That
unicorn
really good.
Is freaking amazing.
Yeah, the diamond unicorn. Yeah, it looked
yeah, man. That's what we talk about, man. Right? Speculation Town over in Boom's show.
There
right?
You go. Diamond
Sunshine,
unicorns
and rainbows, and that unicorn is perfect.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm kind of right there with you. I'm not as like over the top with it and as like ecstatic about it dropping or whatever the case might be. But again, it did present really well. Again, using that whole mindshare aspect. Again, Sony selling hope, man. They did really well with this. If any trailer was able to get me interested in it, this definitely was one. And again, just saying how over the top of it is, the customization, the weapons, the different abilities and everything. Those types of things interest me. Again, like you said though, there's going to be a lot of competition around that time. We're going to see how it ends up playing out. It doesn't mean that this won't get some of the mainstay attention. We'll definitely see. It's kind of on the back burner for me at the moment. Doesn't mean that couldn't change, but it's definitely something I'm looking over the fence at, right? It's like, this is the fence. I'm like, I don't know. I'll check on it later. It definitely presented well though. So that's definitely a plus.
Cool. I'm glad, man.
All right. So that's Tiny Tina.
Maybe I will get Elden Ring. And
maybe
you will get Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
Maybe. We might have to do that. Might have to do that for sure. I mean, even though those are two different games, and it'll be a lot easier to play Tiny Tina, but
right. But I'm just saying, because we're gonna have co-op in Elden Ring, right?
Yeah,
so
no, that's a fact.
That's why I said I was on the, it's on my back burner because I'm not a Souls guy. I don't like playing Souls games. But I said when I heard about the co-op, might jump in.
It'd be interesting. So, right.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely see. Then we got to move on into Forspoken. Again, this is another one that's also going to be on PC when it releases. I believe it's going to be a PlayStation 5 and PC release. I'm not planning on releasing anywhere else. So this is definitely a benefit as far as that goes.
Exclusive.
Oh, is it time exclusive? 2 years.
2 years.
So it's a 2-year time exclusive for consoles. So that's something to keep in mind, but it will be on PC day and date. So again, not specifically exclusive to PlayStation, but again, still a well-renowned game as far as everything that we've seen so far. The only thing that kind of threw me off about this trailer was some of the combat. I thought the combat was going to be a little more fluent than it came across. Now, again, it could just be where they're at in development, could be just maybe they haven't nailed everything down yet, but as far as like the overall aesthetic of the game, the character, the characters that we've seen, it came across really well. To see her come from the city, because that was one thing that I was interested in. How did she get to this place? And seeing her kind of come through this portal, giving this mythos kind of thing kind of going on, where it's really mythical. It opens up a lot of questions for me, and it has me very interested. Again, they pulled me in when they showed the movement and everything from that first trailer that they showed us with a little bit of combat. That dragon, I'm a big fan of dragons, so seeing that dragon from that first trailer really pulled me in, like she was hiding from this huge dragon or whatever. I don't know what kind of effect that has on the overall game, but from everything that I've seen from this, it definitely has me enticed. Again, I'm interested to see where this is going to end up taking us. It is one game that I will play, end up getting day one, just because I'm that interested in it. Again, it gives me those feels kind of like what Crimson Desert has shown us, or what Pearl Abyss has kind of showed us as far as like the overall, how the characters look and how the environment looks and everything like that, and how some of the combat looks, as far as like the movement goes. Movement and how some of the moves go play out. So that's something to keep in mind. But overall, the game looks beautiful. There are some things that just kind of throw me for a little bit of a loop. It doesn't look as smooth as I feel like it should. It looks kind of unnatural, for lack of a better word, for me to say, except for when like she's doing all the jumping from building to building and everything like that. Now that looks perfect. You know what I mean? I was expecting for this one part that's going to come up in the show where she jumps off the building and she's saying, "Oh, we should fly." I was expecting for her to take off and start gliding, but she didn't do that. I was like, oh man, I felt like that would have been the perfect opportunity to really kind of display the power. I mean, then there's another scene right there with the other lady that they introduced right there. Where the characters just seem kind of off, man. I don't know. It kind of gives me like the Assassin's Creed character kind of feel to it, which we all know that the characters in Assassin's Creed don't always look the greatest overall, if outside of the main character. So it's that kind of throws me off, but it doesn't mean that the game is not going to end up looking good overall. It's just things that I noticed throughout the trailer that I picked up on immediately. Again, I always have these conversations with Pong in the background when I notice little things like that kind of throw me off, like disconnects me from the world. But overall, I am interested. It is something that I do want to play day one. I want to see where the story ends up taking us. And how are you feeling about it though, man? Or how are you? Did Forspoken interest you? Did Forspoken say, hey, I might need to get a PlayStation by March?
Yeah, like I said, this is one of the first games that did it. You and I talked about it when they first showed it, Steel. This was one of the first games, especially when I heard it was a 2-year timed exclusive, that I said, okay, I'm going to need to get a PS5. So Forspoken is definitely there, and this trailer did everything for me. This is done by the Final Fantasy team, Final Fantasy 15 team. And you could tell, and I think that's why the traversal looks so well. I know a lot of people don't like Final Fantasy 15. I played it.
I like Final Fantasy 15. I personally did.
I played it. I didn't. Again, Final Fantasies are very hit and miss for me these days. I haven't really been into one since 10. I'd love to play 14 as an MMO, but that's a totally different type of Final Fantasy. But Final Fantasy 15, from when I did play it, the movement was spot on. I love the movement. I love the combat. I love being able to, grapple up to higher places. I loved everything about that. You can see this team has nailed that out of the park again with this one. Like you said, Steel, my biggest question, I didn't see so much of the unnatural movement in it. I love the power display, but I do have questions about how dense the world is going to be. They've got some really beautiful open vistas. We saw her in that one scene where it kind of looked like Assassin's Creed, where you could see the world. The draw distance was incredible. But how much are we getting in there? And like, the open plains, are we going to be battling a lot, or is it just going to be a lot of moving from place to place? Are we going to have a lot of interactions? Are we going to be, I still have questions there. But be that as it may, again, the abilities, like the first one that grabbed me was and we talked about this, Steel, when they first showed it, was when she hit the ground and those vines shot up and tangled that monster. Dude, I was like, okay, all right, you got me. You got me. This looks absolutely incredible. And then this one, I loved when she casts the water. And the water, and then she freezes it. Dude, that is impressive stuff right there. I love that.
Look natural. Yes,
this has still got me. Even better, we found out after the show, they announced that Amy Hennig and Gary Whitta are the writers for this. Okay.
Wow.
Well,
okay.
You can't
find better people.
You can't find better people.
Not for
Amy
new
Hennig,
IP.
Obviously Uncharted. Everybody knows who Amy Hennig was. She was working on the Star Wars game. What was it called? 1717? What the hell? The one that got canceled that everybody was so excited about.
Oh, the name's right there, and I can't think of it.
Well. But anyways, she was working on that. That's why so many people were disappointed when that got canceled. So to hear that she's found a home and she got to write this, and then of course Gary Whitta, who did Rogue One, which is out of the new Star Wars movies, my favorite Star Wars.
Top one,
and his writing is what nailed it. He captured the old Star Wars feel. He's also over on XCast on Saturday mornings over on Kind of Funny. He does XCast over there with Snowbike Mike. Great dude. And I was so excited to hear that, man. I was so excited to hear that. That's good stuff right there. So we know the story's going to be on point. I think that's what I also got out of this, her going from the modern day to this kind of fantasy world. It's that contrast between how she's speaking and how people in this fantasy world. I love that, dude. It's
the interaction with the bracelet.
Yeah, the
yeah,
modern
like
versus the old style. That I love that kind of setting. I think she sounds great. The actress, so far, from what I've heard, again, no complaints here. It sounds like she's nailing this part, this role. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. Forspoken is looking great. The funny thing is, it is multi-plat, but damn if it don't. And of course, it's Square Enix. And so we don't see this a whole lot over on the Xbox side because we haven't gotten a whole lot of multiplayer. Yeah, we're seeing some of the Final Fantasies come over now.
Yeah.
But damn if it doesn't just look like a straight up Sony first party exclusive.
No, I mean, it does. Yeah, it definitely does.
Visually, it's just got that feel to it. So yeah, no, love everything about this game. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Really.
And then again, like you said, it definitely has that Sony feel to it. But again, with it coming to PC, there's a bigger play. There's a bigger play, obviously, happening in the background, and that's what gets me salty about how people get so in their feelings about this type of thing. Oh, it only can be on this platform. I don't want it to be on anything else. It's like, damn, dog, you don't want people to experience games? Like, what is going on? Like, we understand that, if they got to work on multiple platforms, it's definitely going to be more work for them. But if we can overall get this game to to a bigger audience, to more than 10% of a player base, then why not, right? And that's like always my overall point. If we can get something more, we can get these games to more than just the 10% that always invest in these games, especially for these third-person over-the-shoulder action-adventure games, then we have to start definitely investing in other areas and basically and making them and putting them out there, man. So, but yeah, Forspoken is definitely on that ladder for me. Again, another point.
Just to hit on what you're talking about, Steel, real quick, and I'll let you wrap up.
No, you're good. You're good.
Just to hit on that again. You can see what Sony's doing, and we'll get to it here with the Uncharted announcement. They're slowly working their hardcore fan base, because really what we're talking about here is a small percentage that have issues with them expanding out and putting games on PC and doing all this kind of stuff. They're slowly working that group into the acceptance stage, right? They are slowly but surely getting to that point that where they're getting that hardcore Sony fan base to realize this is the future. They're not going to slap them over the head. They're not going to do it all at once. They're still kind of finding their way, I think, Sony internally, on how they want to go about doing this, how quickly they want to put their first party titles out on PC. I say by the end of this generation, I think 90% plus of their first party titles are going to be just going to PC, and it will be expected at that point that that's what's going to happen, just like it is now with Xbox. When we talk exclusives on Xbox, we know that it means PC, that we know that it means xCloud. We know that it means all that goes into that. And I think eventually during this generation, they're going to get to that point where their fan base is just going to have to expect any announcement to come out that it is going to be a PC at some point. Again, whether it's day one or that's 6 months or whether it's a year, eventually that game's going to PC. And that's what it means at this point. But we saw that throughout this show, like you said. They definitely pushed it.
Yeah. And again, I mean, with everything that's going on, it's not going to do anything but push the industry forward, right? It's going to move that minimum spec up. That's what's going to end up happening with this, and that's what drives me up the wall, that people don't realize that's what's going to end up happening, is that minimum spec that everybody always talks about or tries to say, oh, well, what about the minimum spec? If we got to do it for this, then it doesn't. It's going to get to a point where, and it's coming soon, where if you don't have an SSD bare minimum, you are not going to be playing these games, and that's on any platform, PC, console, does not matter. If you do not have these things, you will not be playing it. He says, when do you think the title will go to PC? 1 year after ML? I don't know which game are you talking about, Slackrow? Because Forspoken's is day and date for PC as far as PlayStation goes. I don't know if y'all know, if you guys know that. So And I mean, as far as like now, if you're talking about just other titles overall, I don't know. Just depends. I mean, they still haven't brought Spider-Man over. They still haven't brought God of War over. They still haven't brought. I feel like there's one more in there. They're bringing Uncharted over now. So
Ghost of Tsushima has not
Ghost of Tsushima. That was the other one. Ghost of Tsushima hasn't come out yet either. So there's no telling. I mean, and Spider-Man came out in 2018. So. There's no telling how. I still think that before Spider-Man 2 gets released, and I'll get into that later on. Also, I'll touch back on it. But I think that Spider-Man will end up coming to PC before that game releases.
Yeah.
So, MB didn't mean to put it on ML on mobile. Okay.
MB didn't mean to put ML on mobile.
Okay. He said on mobile.
He's on his phone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, got you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. He said, Geezer said it's supposed to be PC day one. Yeah, some games now on PC require 2060 minimum spec. Yeah, some games do. That's very true. And I'm right there with you, Geezer. I got a 2070 Super myself. I'm waiting on that 4000 series. But even then, Sly Crow, bro, it's like it's not a lot of games. It's not a lot of games that are requiring that. There's still games that are like, oh, well, you still have to have this CPU and everything. There's still minimum requirements and everything. So like, no worries on that, but it's coming. It's around the corner. So just something to keep in mind. All right. Then we move into Alan Wake.
Yes.
Alan Wake is a game that I played, that I had some hands on from back in the day.
Yeah.
Never been a key franchise for me. I've never was over the moon about Alan Wake. But again, I'm not a very a scary or horror game player either. But again, I've come to find out that's different as long as it's like Dead Space kind of. You know what I mean?
Yep. You and me in the same boat, brother. You know it.
Yeah, exactly. So I know it is a cult classic though. A lot of people are excited about this. So I'm hyped that people are actually getting this and it's coming back around to get some attention. So how are you feeling about it, man?
Yeah. I've talked about Alan Wake for quite a while on different shows and everything else, and this was a surprise. Obviously, we kind of got the leak prior to. Obviously, Sony wanted this to be a surprise for the show, which it would have been. This would have been another surprise because PlayStation fans who may only have played on PlayStation their entire lives never got this game. Right, this was a 360 exclusive. So again, there's rumors, there's smoke, there's been talk. I think Grubbs confirmed it that one of the games that Remedy they signed a two game deal with Epic Games, and they're both from the same franchise. Everybody kind of figured it was Alan Wake. Jeff Grubb had reported that he had heard Alan Wake 2 was in development. So it makes sense. Again, they have, because it's going to be multi-plat this time. Before it was 360 exclusive.
Right.
I am one of the fans of Alan Wake. Loved the world, loved everything, the Stephen King feels that you get from this game. Again, back then, I know people look at it now and go, yeah, whatever. Back then, look, this game was different. This game was something special. Right, the whole light, using the light to attack the dark with your flashlight. Yes, you did have other weapons as well, but the flashlight was your main weapon per se. Was really cool at the time, and the lighting effects. Yes, nowadays it looks terrible, generic as hell. Back then, flashlights, trust me, were hard to do in games. It was hard to get that effect. They did it great. Remedy did Alan Wake coming off of the Max Payne series, which they got a lot of credit for. I mean, Max Payne,
great series, great series.
That needs to come back as well. That's a tale for a different day. But yeah, Max Payne needs to come back. But Remedy really put themselves on the mark with this Alan Wake. A lot of people fell in love with it. It didn't sell as well as Microsoft had hoped, obviously, but it became a cult classic as the years went on because so many people dove into it and found out that they really enjoyed the story. The story, again, like Remedy does. Again, I'm playing through Control Ultimate right now, and I'll eventually they've got some Alan Wake DLC for anybody who doesn't know. All of their games are in the same universe now. So Alan Wake, Quantum Break, Control, they all happen in the same universe. They're creating their own universe over there, which is pretty cool. So I can't wait to see how it all comes together. But I'm just happy that more people are going to be able to experience Alan Wake. Yes, is it a terrible time to be coming out? Of course, but I honestly, Steel, at this point, for these games that aren't the biggest games in the world, it's I think it's going to be always a terrible time.
Yeah. It just depends on what you're interested in. Yeah.
Right. From this point forward. So I don't think there's really a good time they could have done this. Yeah, maybe like a January release. I don't know, but honestly, I'm just happy that it's happening.
Yeah.
It is a remaster. It is not a full remake. Some people have complained, well, the visuals don't look really that much better, blah blah. Look,
it's a remaster.
side by side. It's a quick remaster that they did specifically to get more people into the Alan Wake world. They're selling it, I think it's like 25 pounds or something like that, so like $30.
Yeah,
they're not selling it full price. It's just a way to get all the people who never got to experience it, maybe because they only were on PlayStation, or again, the couple of generations now that may have missed out on it because they were too young to experience this game. And for us old dogs that want to jump back in, they redid the character models and that kind of stuff. They redid some of the lighting effects, so it's going to be more up to date there. I'm excited to jump back into this. Will I jump back into it day one? No, again, budget wise, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hit it, but I'm going to be getting this for sure, because I do want to play it in the best light possible. I do want to see what they did to it. And honestly, it's a game that you can go back and replay again. I'm not one of those guys who played this like 5 times.
Yeah, no, I haven't either.
So I could jump back into it because it's going to be kind of fresh for me again. So yeah, no, man, I'm hyped. Again, love the mix of the old IPs getting redone and the new IPs. I look forward to both. And this being one of those cult classics that a lot of people may have missed out on or just never experienced because they were playing other things at that time. Look, it's a great time. It's a great time. That the fact that we're even getting this is beautiful. Happy to see it. And it's just golden age of gaming, man.
It's definitely that. It's an interesting thing to see that it's that is coming back out remastered again. Getting that hype train started for Alan Wake 2. That's the biggest thing about this whole thing, and why not? It's been years since this game has been out. Again, like you said, introduce it to those new people who haven't experienced it, and then go from there, man. It's a lot better than this next game that we're going to show, which is Grand Theft Auto 5 for next gen.
Still, I've been waiting for so long. Oh my god, this is amazing. Oh wait, you said it's Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yeah. Grand Theft Auto 5.
Oh,
five.
God, I thought 6. We were finally getting 6.
No, 5. Again. 5 again. Again. Since about 360?
Wasn't 5 on the OG Xbox at this point? Oh my god.
You said wasn't 5 on the OG Xbox. All right, hey man, I didn't mean to get you hype and make you think this was going to be GTA 6. No, it's look,
silly me thinking that Rockstar would do that. Silly me.
There's seamless character switching, even though that's been in the game the whole time.
Yeah,
there's chaos, there's guns. They're saying all these things in this trailer like the game has never been out before. That's what's amazing to me.
Tell me, Steel. You wait, Steel. Hold on. Honest question here. Honest question.
Oh my God.
From looking at this trailer, this looks no different.
No, it doesn't.
The Xbox One X and the PlayStation 4 Pro.
Not really.
Okay, you played this on PC, right?
I played it a lot. Yeah.
Okay. So basically,
it looks like the PC version.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all they're doing is basically giving the console people the PC version.
It looks like the PC version. Okay. That's what it looks like.
Stop buying this game. Stop buying this game.
Yeah, please.
Whoever you
my God, stop.
Please.
Y'all have to stop. They're only doing this because y'all keep rebuying the game. Like y'all keep I understand the GTA Online is great. People like the role play. That's great and everything. If you love it, if you like it, I love it. But goddamn, we're never going to get GTA 6 at this point. They can't even give you the modded graphics that they had for PC to make the game. Now look, it would have been completely different if you would have been like, you know what? We're going to give you this version of the game. Not only that, but we're going to give you one of the more popular graphical mods also to make this game look like a completely different experience as we continue to work on GTA 6. No, you said, hey, here's the PC version. Why not?
Buy it again.
Buy it again.
Price.
By the way, there's seamless character switching and there's lots of chaos. And it's GTA.
Hey, look, big news, PlayStation 5 owners, guess what? You don't have to pay for the online. You get a free separate version of the online.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
That's one of the big ones. Yeah.
That's awesome. There you go. If you, just in case you couldn't get enough GTA, now you can get trapped into playing the online version. Because that's all that matters anyway. They're gonna end up getting you to buy the game because there's gonna be some kind of sale, shark cards or something, and you're gonna be like, I might as well just buy the game again. Oh my goodness, I cannot stand this shit. I really can't. I just don't get it.
Look, Six Layer, don't defend GTA 5, okay? Please, at this point, they milked it long enough. All right, don't defend it, please. Rockstar is doing what they do. Okay, Rockstar is printing money hand over fist, and that's great. More power to them. But look, I just want Rockstar back in the day that put out other games.
Yes,
they
that's
make
it.
so much
That's
money.
it.
Put out some smaller, cool games like Bully. Would you, please?
Something.
I'm not saying you have to stop milking this. That's fine. If you want to milk this for another 10 years, fine. But give me some other games in the meantime, please.
Oh God, yeah. They need to change the name from GTA 5 to GTA Forever. Just
That's right.
Just call it GTA Forever. Yeah, you 100% right on that, Ken Mega. GTA Infinite. Fuck Halo Infinite. GTA Infinite. God damn, this game doesn't die. This game has been out since the 360, man. Like, I don't know what else to do at this point. Like, I really don't. Like, come on, man. Like, anyway.
I know, I know. I knew what you were saying. I get what you're saying. I was just giving you a hard time. And yes, people are going to buy it. Look at what's happened. They've sold 150 million copies. Again, more power to Rockstar, more power to Take-Two. It's business at the end of the day. This is what they're going to do. I get it. I just want them to put something else out. I just want the old Rockstar that tried different things, that gave us other experiences. That's all I'm saying.
And Omar, I'm not a fan of Minecraft either. So I feel you as far as like to stop buying Minecraft, but at least Minecraft has a lot of variety in it, right? At least you could have like do multiple things in Minecraft. It's not just one thing over and over and over again. Or I just don't know. Minecraft is just on a different level. GTA is just like, here's crack. Just keep doing it. I don't know what else to give you right now. I'm just gonna just keep giving you the crack because I don't know what else is out there.
Stale crack.
Stale crack, even better. He said it'll be there day one on the PS10. Yeah, probably. Oh God. But I felt like this was an embarrassing thing for PlayStation to use, at least for their presentation. It wasn't needed. You wanted to put it's in your showcase. I don't understand why. I get it. Again, it's mindshare. GTA has been known for being on PlayStation consoles in the past, even though it has been pretty much multi-plat since other consoles are coming to place. Yeah. So it's kind of like, cool. I get why you did it, but still at the same time, God damn it. Tell me something about factions. Shit. All right. So then we move on to Ghostwire Tokyo, another timed exclusive. So Ghostwire Tokyo is another one of those I'm not generally interested in. I don't have any credence for it. The trailer didn't interest me more than I was before. So Pong, how you feeling about this, man? What are you thinking about it? Are you have any interest in this? Is this something that you consider getting that good old console for? Or is this something that you'd wait on, man?
No, this is definitely a game I'm looking forward to. I'm trying to go back to what this game reminds me of. There was a game on Dreamcast. So all you Dreamcast fanatics in the chat, and there's plenty of old dogs in that chat right now with me. There was a Dreamcast game, and why did I lose the name of it? Oh my God, first person game, obviously, just like Ghostwire Tokyo. Was it? Oh no, I got it. Machinen. Was it Machinen?
Oh, Machinen? Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're reaching the bank for that. Okay.
Yeah. I want to say it was Machinen. Yes, I think I'm correct. Machinen X. That's what this game reminds me of. Any Dreamcast old dogs in there. Again, I'm taking it far back, and obviously it's Dreamcast versus nowadays, but I'm just saying the feel of it when they're walking the streets fighting kind of felt like Machinen X. So anyways, I think it looks great. Again, Tango Gameworks, underrated studio, one of those smaller studios as a part of ZeniMax, obviously the only Japanese studio. on that during that acquisition. But I think that they're underrated. Obviously, The Evil Within is big to a lot of people, but I don't think they get the credit that's due. I think this game is taking chances. I think they're trying to do something a little bit different. I love the look of it. Give me Neo Tokyo any day of the week. I love that. As a Cyberpunk fan. But I can't wait to see the different powers that you get. They showed off in this trailer a lot of different powers.
They did.
A lot of different experiences. Yes, Mach X. Thank you very much. Yes, you guys confirmed it. Appreciate you. I don't know why I said Mach, but Mach. Yes, Mach X. But I am looking forward to this. Again, I'll be waiting for this one. Timed exclusive. Obviously, it's now first party Xbox, which is crazy.
Yep.
But I'm glad they've delayed it. They've pushed it back. To give it more time, and it may get pushed back again. I would not doubt it. So we may not see this on Xbox until sometime late 2023, maybe 2024 even. But again, I'll wait for this one. But I'm looking forward to it. Looks like a cool experience. So different style.
Yeah,
I
different.
like Japanese horror. And I like some of the stuff they do.
Yeah, it's definitely different. It has a lot of sci-fi elements to it. I'm not saying that this isn't something that I may or may not end up playing, but it didn't really pique my interest. But it could be interesting. But I guess we'll see when it comes out. Again, it could be something that ends up getting put on the back burner, but who knows? Again, for those who are interested in Ghostwire Tokyo, man, definitely shout out to y'all. Hopefully, it ends up being a fantastic game. And then we rolled into Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy. Again, not much to be said on this, I guess, at least for me. Hopefully this is Square Enix has learned that they just can't release whatever. Like that you actually need to put some thought behind it. Again, release of superhero games, you really just need to focus on the story more so than anything else. If you're going to add the co-op aspect to it, you need to make sure that there's something there to keep people invested. And with this being a story-driven game, that from everything that I've seen from it, it has an interest to me. I didn't really have any recollection of the Guardians of the Galaxy until the movies came out. So to see this game come out and kind of come from a different angle than the movies did, and supposedly coming at more of a comic angle, it seems really interesting. I liked what I've seen from the combat and overall development of the game. It seems funny that it doesn't take itself serious, and it seems over the top, man. Again, it has that, leads on all those points of what Marvel's just kind of been good at as far as the mythical side of things and really getting you entranced in that. Not only that, but with the humor also. So I'm interested to see what it's going to end up doing. It is a game that I am considering buying day one, but I kind of want to see a few more things before it comes out. But it just depends. Again, I'm considering it just because I'm a Marvel dude, man. So it's like and it looks good. It has some Star Fox elements in it. Has some the combat looks pretty enticing. I just hope that it's not like Avengers basic in some aspects, because it kind of looks like that from a lot of Star-Lord gameplay. That's the only thing that turns me off. Hopefully it's a little more expansive than that, or at least a lot more expansive than that, and it just really entices me with the story and everything. That's the main thing. I feel like they're going to really knock it out of the park with the story and with all the different aspects of that. So how are you feeling about it, man? Got anything to say about the Guardians game?
Nah, you know me. Again, superhero games are take them or leave them for me. It's got to be something special. To me, this game looks average. To me, this doesn't look like they're going to bring a whole lot new. Maybe they don't need to. Like you said, maybe it'll be the story. I liked, even though I don't watch movies much anymore, I did like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Now they've confirmed that this is single player and you're only playing as Star-Lord, right?
Single player, and it's kind of like you're using your team like you did in Scarlet Nexus. Kind of,
but you're always Star-Lord, right?
Yes, from as far as I understand, and from everything that I've seen so far, you're always Star-Lord.
You're always Star-Lord. Okay. So yeah, I mean, again, is this a game that I'm gonna go out and get day and date? No, definitely not. If it turns out to be pretty damn good, is it a game that I'll get on sale? Maybe down the road for sure. Again, I like the space fighting, the actual space, actually flying.
Yeah,
I
reminds me
love
of Star
that
Fox.
aspect.
Oh,
Yeah,
really.
that's kind of cool. I mean, again, I'm always down for that kind of stuff. So to give that kind of change
Mhm.
so that you're not just always on foot, I like that. I like that aspect of it for sure. Graphics look okay. Again, hopefully they'll knock it out of the park. Guardians for me, again, just overall, I liked Guardians. Guardians is one of my favorite Marvel movies. I think it's absolutely hilarious. I loved every part of it. Kept me entertained throughout. So I hope they do nail the story and they kind of capture that whole Guardians of the Galaxy feel and they don't lose it.
Yeah,
So
that's the main thing.
that's for me. But no, good showing. Again, there's some people really on board with this. There's some people that just are
Right.
Doesn't interest me. So,
Which I don't blame. I don't blame them for that. I mean, again, it being coming from Square Enix, it already has a lot of negative connotation behind it. So, well, I guess we'll end up seeing how it goes. So, but it did present well as far as within the showcase and everything. So
yeah, it did. This was kind of the lull period now.
Right.
And you're gonna have that, but again, this is where I said, and we'll talk about it after we get done with the showcase a little bit, our final thoughts, and I'll kind of talk about what I would have done differently with the show. But no, again, good to see another Marvel game. Glad we're getting these licensed IPs. We went for a lot of the years without licensed IPs. Back in the day, man, it was a complete crapshoot.
Right.
Most of the time you were crapping out on licensed IP games. They were terrible. There were some
trash.
Good ones.
Complete trash.
Most of the time they were trash.
Yeah,
So,
complete trash. Working
good
good.
to see that people are trying again. So
Facts.
I like it.
That's a fact. Then we have Blood Hunt.
Yeah.
This has kind of been a game that's been in the background. Vampire, the Masquerade, Blunt Hunt. They shared a look of the different vampire tribes that you'll be able to play in the upcoming PvP shooter melee hybrid. There seems to be a lot of customization. That was one of the number one things that caught my eye was the customization. Also, it being a third-person game. That the whole aspect of vampires, I feel like this game may really nail. Again, also with being creepy at the same time. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what I saw from it. Am I hyped for it? I don't know. It does seem kind of stiff to me. I feel like it could have been a little better as far as like some of the combat and everything that I've seen. Some of the shooting and everything else seems kind of off. But again, it is a PvP battle royale game, and like you said before, Pong, I mean, this could be the first PvP battle royale game that you're really interested in, as someone who's not really interested in the battle royale games. So that could be one place to take it. But again, for me, it just seemed like some of the stuff was a little stiff for me. That's what kind of threw me off with it. But other than that, I do have interest in it. Again, third person battle royale game with vampires. I mean, what can you go wrong with that, right? I don't see what the problem with that is. But that's just me personally. What are you thinking about Vampire?
Yeah, no, I just talked about this last week. Like I said, I'm frauding a little bit here because I don't like battle royales. But this one right here, I was hoping. I said it last week, Steele. It's funny. I said it last week. I was hoping it was going to come to consoles. They had not announced any consoles yet. It was PC only. They've had the alpha and the beta on PC, and they flat out in interviews said we're not ready to announce anything on consoles right now. It's just PC. So to see it show up on the PS5 stage, meaning that it is coming to consoles. Again, we don't know if it's coming to Xbox for sure. This could be a play. We never got Predator Hunting Grounds.
Right.
That was a PlayStation only. And PC obviously, but console wise it was PlayStation. So we didn't get that one. So I'm not sure if this is another one of those cases where this game's only going as far as consoles to PlayStation. I hope not, because this is the first game that's got me interested. I'm a vampire guy. Anytime you give me vampires in the Blade type atmosphere, I'm all about it. This got a lot of Blade aesthetics to it. Just the whole scene where she's going through the meat factory. I mean, my God, that's the opening scene of freaking Blade, for God's sakes. I love that. And I love the powers that I'm seeing. I love some of the movement that I'm seeing with those powers. Again, it takes me back to Shadowrun, third-person shooter on Xbox. Was it first person? It was first person. But it gives me that same type of movement feel where you combine powers with your movement to get you to places faster. And I know it's been done a lot, and I know it still continues to be done. I'm just saying the feel of it kind of gives me that. Like the different classes that they showed off in this. Again, is it AAA? No, it's not AAA. It's a AA game, right? It's not a AAA game, so they are taking some shortcuts here and there. Character designs, I didn't mind. I love the customization. It looks like there's going to be a lot of customization available. people. So yeah, this might be, if it shows up on Xbox, this might be the first battle royale game that I'm interested in diving into and actually put some effort into it and see where I can go with it.
Right.
Again, it might die. It might, again, with battle royales, if you ain't got the player base, you ain't gonna have a game for very long.
Well,
right? So
right now it is on Steam and early access, where you can play it for free. And it has very mixed reviews. Typically not a good thing when it comes to Steam, but again, that just means that it's up and down. I mean, almost the first 5 posts on there say don't recommend, and whatnot. But again, it's just one of those games. If you have an interest in it, jump in it, check it out. It seems like, I don't know if there's early access on PlayStation, but there is early access on PC if you have Steam. I actually might try to give that a shot later if it has controller support. So that might be something to consider. But yeah, man, Vampire Masquerade, for those who are interested in that, check it out. Again, I might have to check it out later if it ends up having some controller support. But that's neither here or there. What do we have next? The Deathloop story trailer. It says the video is unavailable. You see that? They don't want us to see Deathloop.
Oh,
they don't care about Deathloop.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Anyway, we've seen plenty of Deathloop.
That is a fact.
I'm hyped for it, but we've seen plenty of Deathloop. I was actually surprised they put it in the show. It's one of the ones I was.
Yeah. Not much else to say. Again, we've seen plenty on it. For those who are unfamiliar with Deathloop, just check out a trailer, see if it's something that's into you. Has that Dishonor kind of feel to it. If you're into that, if not, it might not be for you. It's not something that I'm necessarily, again, we talked about it in our upcoming games, not necessarily something that I'm like over the moon about, but I guess we'll see. Then you had Radiohead and Epic Games collab on Kid Ninja Exhibition.
Yeah, I read up on this a little bit last night. It's Radiohead, again, one of those bands. A lot of people, I myself included, love their music. They are kind of out there. Some people don't like it. This was kind of a weird deal to put in this show. It's supposed to be, I read up on it, kind of like a live interactive art music deal that they're doing. Kid A, which most people shorten it up to as Kid A, Kid Amnesia, one of their biggest albums, probably their most popular album. Awesome. When I heard the music, I was like, you got to be kidding me. What game is using Radiohead? I'm like, I'm all about this. And then I realized when they kind of ended it, and they showed it was actually just like a Radiohead kind of interactive deal that Sony was collabing on. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, it's supposed to be a musical artistic exhibition. So again, I don't know if this is an actual game or just something that you're going to walk through and listen to some Radiohead to. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Interesting choice. Interesting choice to put that in there.
Definitely.
I mean, it's Epic Games, and obviously we know the partnership with Sony, and Epic is tight right now. So, again, that's probably why, but still a little strange, but I'm about it. I'll check it out. I'm assuming if it's an interactive art kind of deal, somewhere, somehow you'll be able to watch it on YouTube, and I'll probably watch it there and see what it's about.
Now, the game that I know that you're just over the moon about has to be this Chia trailer that was dropped. Man, with all these wonderful fishies and everything that are in the water, I know that was the most amazing part of this. This is probably the best looking game at the show. Get to play a little, what is that? A banjo, guitar, violin, whatever that is. I'm not good with it. Ukulele. There you go. Isn't there a game called Ukulele? I can go play that.
Yes, there is.
No, let me stop. But this game, it just has like that cutesy artsy feel to it. Not a game necessarily for me. It does look like it could be interesting for the younger crowd if they're into that, or just anybody else who may be into these types of games. It's supposed to be a tropical adventure. Has some
where you play music.
Yeah, you can play some music. Apparently you can become seagulls, and you could take over animals' bodies. So that's kind of different. But hey, if you're into that, hey, you can metamorphosize yourself into a turtle. So take those things into consideration, man.
I think, Lady AF last night, shout out to her on Xbox Ultimate, put it best. She goes, because she likes these type of games, and I do too, these indie style games, these smaller games. But she goes, when this came on, she's like, this looked like a game that should have been on the Xbox stage. And she goes,
Yeah.
she goes, that's a compliment because we haven't seen Sony, outside of a few really
Right.
push their indie scene. And this was a surprise. Like we've seen them push the bigger ones, Kena, Bridge of Spirits, that kind of stuff. But this is kind of old school PlayStation, like the beginning of PlayStation 4 era when they were pushing themselves as the indie console, right? To see a game like this kind of come out of the blue that nowadays would be more associated with Xbox and Game Pass was kind of a compliment in a way. It was kind of good to see Sony throw something like this in there. Again, not going to be for everybody, not the most exciting game by any stretch of the imagination for most people that were tuning into the Sony show.
Hey man, you could pet a crab, man.
Yeah. Hey, look, man, look, they got it all. I mean, again, you can look, they got it. They got slingshots. I mean, they got skydiving. I mean, what else
you can pet a crab, man.
Yeah,
can't get away from that.
It's all that's important. I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of cool. It was interesting.
Yeah, it definitely was interesting. Looks like we got a few more games to line up here. All right, so now we got Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection dropping not only to the PS5 but also for the PC. Again, you got to see the play, man. There's obviously a reason why they're continuing to make this happen, just to let people know that they are not joking when they say they're trying to reach a bigger audience. They're trying to reach more people, get more people to invest, get more people to be interested. And that's exactly what they're doing with this. Me, myself, I've never had a particular interest in Uncharted. I've never got a PlayStation to play Uncharted.
I got to dip for just a second.
You're good. Go ahead. I never had quite an interest to play Uncharted or whatever the case might be. And this could be one of those moments where I might be able to, where I might check it out, especially with it coming to PC. It's not a reason for me to get a PlayStation personally, just because I don't have that big of an interest in it. Tomb Raider's cool and all, and I grew up with Tomb Raider. And Indiana Jones is cool and all, but I'm not a huge fan of Indiana Jones either. It doesn't do anything for me personally. Tomb Raider did hit it a little bit out of the park for me, a little bit more. It was a little more enticing, and I've heard Uncharted does similar things and actually takes it to that next level. So that kind of interests me as far as that goes. But overall, I'm not. It's kind of like, oh, it's a benefit. I might end up copying it depending on where we're at this point. It says it's coming out in early 2022, so there's no telling when it's going to actually end up getting released. It could get pushed back farther than that. Again, it just gives an opportunity for people that may have not been able to jump into the series to now have an opportunity to jump into it as they gauge interest and everything else for future titles that it may be similar or have some kind of semblance to this. So again, if you're into that whole the Tomb Raider, Indiana Jones kind of aspect, kind of game, or just that whole world, this is going to be for you. Again, I don't know if I'm going to end up copying it or not. I might. It just depends on where I'm at and how I'm feeling. But again, it is coming also to PC and PlayStation 5. So hopefully everybody that's excited for that is going to be interested on copping that. But yeah, man, there's that. Then, with that being stated, hey, Pong came back, so I guess we can get his opinions on Uncharted itself. Once he gets hooked up and everything, let's see if he's ready to get dialed in.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just about to move on to the greatness of the show with GT7, but since you're back, how you feeling about this whole Uncharted be coming to PC and PlayStation 5, man? How you feel about that?
Look, man, it's to be expected. I can't believe they're not doing the whole series or something.
That's
like
wild
that.
to me. That's wild to me. But
that's crazy to me. Interesting choice. Again, like I said before, the announcement that it was going to be on PC. I don't know. People pay attention to the BS online sometimes. Sometimes they don't. If you don't know, there's a bunch of reaction videos from diehard Sony fans out there freaking out. The fanatics being all upset about this and all that kind of stuff. Again, get used to it. Guys and gals, if you're that fanatical, again, take a breath. Again, this is nothing but good that more people get to play these games, but also realize that Sony is slowly but surely getting you guys to realize this is the future. The PC, they're going to be putting their stuff on PC. But again, strange that they're taking the last, like the end of the series and putting it on PC for.
It's really weird. The fact that they didn't do one, they like starting from the beginning, to the end. It's really strange to me. I don't know why they ended up making that choice. There could be many reasons for why they ended up just deciding to do this. But again, it's a cash grab. I mean, why not? It's one of those things to where you have a bunch of people that maybe haven't experienced this title, like myself, that may end up investing into it, and boom, there, and then you have this fan base again, right? There's asking for this series, but again, I mean, not being an Indiana Jones fan, and being more of a Tomb Raider fan, but even I'm not even like over the moon for that either. It's kind of whatever to me. So
agreed.
It was all right. It kind of laid flat with me when I saw it. So I mean, if that tells you anything. All right, so with one of the more debatable things that were presented during the showcase, and that is Gran Turismo 7, that supposedly has a release date of March 4th. Pong, how do you feel about Gran Turismo 7 and what was displayed? Because honestly, I thought what was shown was mediocre. Now, I do want to put this out there that I've heard some people say, quite a few people say that, the real racing sim is back. And I kind of had to look at my watch, see what time it was, take a step outside, and
what year it was,
see where we're at. I had to go back and look to see when Forza Motorsport came out, to make sure that I wasn't living in the Twilight Zone, because this game didn't present very well to me. Not after just seeing Horizon 5. Mind you, we're not even comparing this to Motorsport. That's the number one thing that y'all got to keep in mind, is we're not even comparing this to Motorsport. We're comparing this to Horizon 5. I don't even think that this game compares to Motorsport 8, but that's neither here or there. And Motorsport 8 looks better than Horizon 4 does. Just saying. But I don't think this game even compares to what Horizon 5 is doing, at least at the aesthetics, the way that it looks, the way that it's coming across, the realism aspect of it. It looks like a half-baked Forza to me. But that's neither here or there. Pong, I want to get your opinions on it. How are you feeling about it? Before I give a little bit more of my opinion about this racing.
So, again, Gran Turismo is the granddaddy, right? Gran Turismo is the one that kicked off racing games, especially sim racing games, and took them to the next level. Gran Turismo 2 is still one of my all-time favorite racers from back in the day. But Gran Turismo, let's be real here, outside of the hardcore Sony fan base that will, say anything when it comes to a Sony exclusive game, it being the best ever, no matter what reality is, it has taken a dive. Okay, it has taken a complete dive. Polyphony lost their magic. Now, what happened internally? What happened? Maybe they didn't.
I don't know.
Maybe they didn't keep up to date with the latest tech. Maybe they didn't, reinvent themselves internally within their, within a studio. Maybe they didn't, do what Turn 10 did and look outside the box and find new technologies and try to up the bar each and every game. I honestly don't know, but whatever the case may be, yes, this is a cross-gen game. So I wasn't expecting the world. Okay. I was not expecting the world because it's cross-gen. And now I know what everybody's going to say, but Forza Horizon 5 Playground, it's cross-gen too. You are absolutely correct. But again, I put Playground and Turn 10 right now on a totally different level than when I'm talking about Polyphony. So with Polyphony, from what I've seen over the past few iterations of Gran Turismo, like I said, they've lost something, and they're not pushing. Again, I'm not downing the devs, because dev work is extremely hard work. I'm never going to take away from what they're doing. It's just saying, from the outside looking in, it just appears that they're not pushing themselves to the limit. And
this isn't competing. This isn't competing with anything.
No, they're not. They're just putting it out there. They're just putting it out there because they know that the only racer going on Sony, and they can put this out there, and they'll live off the nostalgia. People will continue to buy it, although less and less and less and less people have been buying their games. Again, people forget at its peak, Gran Turismo was one of the best selling games, period, across the world. Gran Turismo broke through the racing barrier and was putting up massive sales. Like it's their only Lemon brought this up last night at Expo. It's their only $1 billion franchise, or maybe it was fun speculation, but it's their only $1 billion franchise. People forget how popular Gran Turismo was. Gran Turismo was the deal. So again, I wasn't expecting much, but what I saw here, this needs to be put in the oven for a lot longer. I don't expect this to make that March date unless they just push it out the door to push it out.
I don't either. I don't see it.
I don't. I see that another delay. Polyphony is well known for that. They are not efficient at all when it comes to making games. I expect another delay on this one. I don't see it coming out this way. All the screenshots aside where people took the drone footage from areas which you're never going to see in the racing game and try to use that. Again, I don't care about that stuff. It's like Craig for Infinite. It's like all that garbage. I just don't care. Just overall, the game does not look good. Now, it may play extremely well. I hope it does. Again, I am an old school Gran Turismo lover. I would love for Gran Turismo to try to come back and start competing with Forza. Maybe the driving, and again, a lot of that is when you're driving 200 miles per hour, are you looking at the graphics outside of the car? Not really.
Not really.
You're not paying attention. No, you're not paying attention.
No.
It's about the feel. It's about the feel of the road. It's about the feel of the cars, how they handle. It's all of that stuff that really matters at the end of the day in a racer. So if they nail that, good for them. I'll forgive them for some of the graphic stuff if they can get that down. But for me, my biggest thing is ever since I started playing Forza, let's just take Forza Motorsport because it's a sim on sim comparison.
Yeah, sim on sim.
Gran Turismo feels slow and sluggish to me. Gran Turismo does not give me the sense of speed that Forza does.
Nowhere close.
It does not give me the handling feel that Forza does anymore. It just feels, like I said, sluggish, just not up to par. And I don't think that's going to change. Again, I hope it does. Love to see them compete. I'd love to see them push this back, delay it till fall of next year, and hopefully we get a head-to-head Gran Turismo versus Forza Motorsport competition. I don't think it's going to be a competition because Motorsport's going to be next gen only on brand new engine. It's gonna crush. I can't wait. But I'm just saying, I would like to see it go head-to-head again, like the old days when they were toe-to-toe. But again, I think that the new king in town has and will continue to be Forza, and it has been that way for quite a few years now, undisputed. And I don't think that's going to change. And it is what it is. Definitely needs more time in the oven, though. I'll tell you that. So,
I definitely think think it needs more time in the oven from some of the map design and everything. Especially when you pull back from it. Again, I guess like you said, when you're going 150 miles an hour plus, you're not paying attention. You're making sure that you're braking on time. You're making sure that you're hitting these turns on point. You might be looking at your car and make sure your livery looking good or whatever the case might be, however you designed it. And most of the time, a lot of the outside stuff is just a bonus. But the crazy thing about it is I do have to 100% agree with you. The feeling of driving that Motorsport has nailed, Gran Turismo has not been able to touch. I don't see with this. This is a mainline simulation racing game, not Horizon. This is not a side piece like Horizon is. And even at this point, Horizon is pretty much a mainline because a lot of people take Horizon pretty seriously, just as much as they take Motorsport seriously, right? As far as like getting the arcade feel, more of the arcade feel, because even Horizon is not super arcadish, I should say. Right. But it does not compare as far as, I don't think it's going to compare even close to what Motorsport's going to be able to do. Again, yes, it's going to be, Motorsport's going to be next gen only, but I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I just think that Turn 10 and Playground have a better understanding of what a racer really is, of how cars should feel, how racing should feel, how the different vehicles should sound, how the environment should look, and just really immersing you in the experience, and doing it a lot better than Gran Turismo has been able to do it. Again, that's why I always say since Motorsport 2, Gran Turismo has been in the mirror for me, and has not been able to catch up, and has no instance of ever being able to catch up, unfortunately. I think if they push this game back to fall or anywhere close to a Motorsport release, this game will get trashed on by Motorsport, unfortunately. And that's what I don't like about this. They say the real driving simulator, and it's like, I don't think that's the model that y'all really want to use for this.
They still got their esports, and that's what they live.
That's
on.
Cool.
People
that's cute.
It is, yeah.
And that's only because of brand recognition and everything else, right. And that's cool. Because of what Sony has going on, I just feel like they could do so much better with this game. But again, if you're into Gran Turismo, cool. I'm more of a Motorsport fan, and it's one of those. It's kind of like to each their own situations, yeah. Right? It's just one of those. That's all I can really say about it, man. It's just one of those. But I'll always stand for Forza before I'll ever stand for GT at this point.
Yep. Exactly.
And there's two games before I would ever touch a GT, and that's the messed up part to me.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. And again, yeah, Playground, like I said, is on a different level. That's why both of them are, but Playground especially, what they doing with the cross-gen version of Forza Horizon 5 and how they pushed their technology on the old engine, not even the new upgraded engine yet, is absolutely insane. And it shows how serious they are about maintaining and pushing forward that King of Racers, keeping that Forza name as the King of Racers, both their side of things and Turn 10 side of things. And we know Turn 10 hasn't been perfect. Forza Motorsport 7, when it came out, was an unfinished game. It needed to be in the oven more. They pushed out because they had to. But now that they've gotten this extra time with the new Forza Motorsport, they're going a whole different direction. It's going to be more of games as a service, hub world style Forza, brand new engine. I think they're ready to again establish why Forza took over the racing scene as the King of Racers. And I can't wait to see him come back on top.
100%. Then we move into Marvel's Wolverine. This should probably be pretty short, because all they showed was a little teaser trailer. I'm not going to say that I'm a super fan of Wolverine, but I do love me some Wolverine. I think Hugh Jackman did an amazing job playing Wolverine, and again, kind of set the bar for me for what I've expected as far as like a character. If they're able to translate that into a game, I know the game from back in the day, I believe it was on the 360, if I'm not mistaken. The Wolverine game from back then was actually a pretty good game also. I hope that this is more of a, I want this, there's no reason for this game to come out if it's not rated M for mature. Personally, I feel like this should be a darker take on a Marvel game. Wolverine is the perfect opportunity for you to do that, right? Now, will they? I don't know, man. With everything that they got going on with Disney and the whole partnership that they have, they may not want them to go that direction, along with, along with Marvel. You got to imagine Marvel's trying to figure out ways to really incorporate X-Men into the cinematic universe as of now. So having a over-the-top Wolverine game may not slide with everybody the way that we may want it to. But again, I'm not necessarily, it didn't hype me. I know a lot of people were saying like, oh, I'm super hyped for this now. I'm excited. And it's like, it's cool. I mean, Wolverine's cool. I mean, hopefully, the fact that it's being done by Insomniac, I have nothing but faith. At this point, and we'll get that towards the end of the show, because the very next one after this kind of hits it out of the park. But Insomniac, man, I don't know what PlayStation would be doing right now if it wasn't for Insomniac. They've been consistent. They're pumping out games. And as far as Marvel characters go, and just character creation overall and building worlds and everything, the fact that Insomniac has full control over this, I got full faith that it's going to be a good game. And with that by itself, I have to give credence to. How are you feeling about this whole Wolverine announcement?
Yeah, man.
As an X-Men fan.
This is huge. Yeah, as an X-Men fan, as somebody again who can take or leave superheroes in general right
Mm-hmm.
now because of what Fox did to X-Men. Again, that's a me thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out again, nothing against anybody who has been on the MCU hype train for a long time. They're doing great things. It's just for me personally when Fox ruined X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the movies go, it kind of took the luster off all the superheroes for me. But seeing this is a huge get. Again, this can't be understated. I know it was just a teaser trailer. Again, for me, I don't have problems with teaser trailers. I don't have problems with CGI trailers. I don't have a problem with any of it. I can still get hyped about things, even though I don't know what they're going to be about. Yes, knowing that it's Insomniac adds a layer of assurity to it that this is going to be good, that they know what they're doing over there. Obviously, again, Insomniac, like you were alluding to right there, Steel, and saying, Insomniac is PlayStation right now. Okay,
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. You could talk about the Sony Santa Monica. You talk about Naughty Dog.
Nah.
You can talk about all those studios. Look, without Insomniac, whoo boy, they are pumping out quality after quality title in record pace, even during a pandemic. Again, they've got it. They know what they're doing, and so I have the utmost faith that they're going to take Wolverine the right way. Now, the only thing that can derail it is if they do make this PG. If they make this PG, I'm sorry, you failed. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't care how good the game is. If Wolverine is not slashing people, if Wolverine is not cutting
dismembering people,
yes. If Wolverine is not bloody by the end of battle, torn up, I'm sorry, you've lost it. You've lost what makes Wolverine Wolverine. And I think that's the only thing that could derail this. Now, the atmosphere that they give off in the trailer. I definitely think that they are leaning towards making this a mature title. I think just the simple fact of him being in a bar, having a shot of whiskey, bloody knuckles, bodies lying everywhere, bodies that are obviously not unconscious people. Those bodies are dead bodies. And having a dude walk in behind him and him, obviously getting the claws out, ready to rock and roll, I think definitely lends to the belief that this is going to be a mature title, and I'm happy for that because that's the way they need to do this. So this is another huge get by Sony.
It is.
This is goes into the whole conversation about what if and what Xbox needs to do to kind of make their own mark in this genre. I think that Sony is not messing around here. They understand that. Again, it helps to have a studio that knows what they're doing with a licensed IP that has proven themselves with Spider-Man, that if you do it right, you have a genuine hit on your hands. We're not talking about a critical hit. We're talking about a sales hit. A hit that moves hardware, a hit that moves the needle, that trends, that people talk about. If you do it right, that's what you've got with these IPs, especially right now in the superhero genre. So I think that them going out and getting this was a big surprise. I don't know if you noticed, Steel, it was posted around on Twitter a lot. Also within that trailer, there's a license plate behind him or hanging on the wall that says Hulk. Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy if they grab the Incredible Hulk as well? Or put him in this game? Be kind of cool. So I think that they have a plan in place. I think Insomniac, I know they do other games like Ratchet and Clank, and that kind of stuff. But I think they're going to continue to expand that studio. And I think right now they have a plan to grab as many superhero IPs as possible and continue, kind of making their own universe over there, much like the MCU. So I guess I'm excited. This was another game, again, selling hope and promise.
No telling when this is going to come out.
No, I mean, we assume it's going to come out after Spider-Man 2. We assume Spider-Man 2 right now is 2023. I would expect Wolverine to be 2024. I think that's a good timeline for this. And I think that that's certainly possible with how that team works. If it was any other team, if it was Naughty Dog, I'd be saying, okay, no, we're probably going to see this 2025, 2026. But I think with Insomniac working on it and how well they do this, I think we can see a 2024 release, which is only 3 years away, less than 3 years away at this point. And I think that's doable for them. So I think that's where we're going to see this. It's going to be about the same time. where we do see the MCU introduce mutants,
Yeah.
and the X-Men.
I think that's the whole point.
Lined up, perfectly lined up, perfectly. Like I said in the beginning, how cool would it have been that somebody had been on board, knowing that the Matrix was planning on releasing this year, that we had a Matrix games to go alongside of it.
Perfect.
Again, the hype is in perfect timing. It should have been done. Can't believe it was a missed opportunity out there. So I guess I'll dive a little bit into this since we're here now. What does Xbox? A lot of people are asking, what does Xbox need to do? Okay, I'm in the boat. There's a couple different ways you can go with this. I understand when we say, is it a need? Some people cringe at the word need and say, no, absolutely not. It's not a need. Xbox doesn't need to do anything. And you are technically right. Xbox is not going to die just because Sony is gobbling up superhero IP, right? That's not how it's going to work here. Okay. Xbox has a huge lineup of studios, a huge lineup of fantastic games that are on their way. Xbox is going to be fantastic at the end of the day. Does not matter. Right. However, I look at this from a business standpoint. I look at it from the industry as a whole, where it's going, where it's headed. And like I was just mentioning, licensed IP is making a comeback. Steel licensed IP is now becoming big again. Netflix is stealing from the IP of video games and making series, not stealing you know what I'm saying? They're taking from the gaming industry and turning it into hits like The Witcher on Netflix. So why do we not think it's not going to work in reverse? And we've already seen it work with Spider-Man. You can take a comic book, movie, whatever case may be, licensed IP. And if you do it right, if you have the right people in charge, it is a certified hit, because guess what? It is visually everywhere. People know about it everywhere. It is advertised everywhere. You don't have to work from the ground up on a brand new IP when you take a licensed IP. So I think that Xbox, from that standpoint, does need to jump on board. I'm not about chasing trends, but this trend is one I would do if I was Phil and his team. I would go after this. They missed out on the boat on Insomniac. We all know the story behind Insomniac. So good. Look, they got plenty of teams. What you do is you ask all the teams that you have, and they're all busy right now, but you ask all those teams, hey, does anybody have interested in taking on a licensed IP? And if any of them raise their hands, say, great, you guys got any ideas? Do you know who you want to work with? Do you know what character you want to work with? Do you know what movie, whatever the case may, what do you want to work on? If they give you a good pitch, you roll with it. Fine. We're going to go get you that. You pay whatever it takes. You go get that IP and you give it to that team. Now, if you don't have any of those teams with in-house that you think are willing to do that or want to do that, because we know Xbox right now is all hands off, let the creative teams create what they want, do what they want. I'm cool with that. 100% on board. So if that's the case and nobody wants to do something like that, you have an opportunity right now. You go to WB, AT&T, Discovery, whoever the hell owns those studios right now, and you make them an offer they can't refuse. Look, you missed out on Insomniac. You have to overpay. You go get Rocksteady. You go get Monolith. Period. End of story. And I'm not talking about the fighting side of games. I'm all for NetherRealms also being included in that. I'm just talking straight up licensed IP stuff right now. And they do a great job with the fighting portion of that. And that's one aspect. But what I'm talking about is an action, adventure, third party kind of game, or third person kind of game. You go get Monolith and you go get Rocksteady, two teams that have proven they know how to work with licensed IP. Despite all the turmoil over there, both of those teams have put out quality games. And I think in the right situation underneath the Xbox umbrella, given the resources, given the hands-off approach, no turmoil behind the scenes, I think both of those teams could turn into your Insomniac easily. I think that Rocksteady especially could do that. And I think you get yourself, you talk to them and say, what IP do you guys want to continue on? Rocksteady says, we want to continue to work on Batman. Great. Go cut the check. I don't care what it takes. You go cut the check, you get that license, you go ahead and you keep Rocksteady making games, right? Monolith, what games? We know you did a great job with Lord of the Rings. You did a fantastic job. You introduced new things, that nobody had seen before and had made hits off the Lord of the Rings series. Is there an IP that you guys would like to work with?
Yeah.
They say Superman. Great. Go cut that freaking check and make it happen. I don't care at the end of the day. You go do that. And you establish a group of studios, whether it's one, whether it's two, whether it's three, whether it's more, you establish a group of studios that from here on out are all on board and want to work with licensed IP, because I think this is the next big thing coming down the road. I think that you go make those deals. You go to Disney. Microsoft is big enough. You go have a sit down with Disney and Marvel. You go have a sit down. You sign all the NDAs that you need to. Okay. You sign every lockstep NDA possible, right? I don't care if it's under the gun. You go in there and you say, give us, we already know part of this out in public, but I'm talking about you give us the behind the scenes roadmap. Where is the MCU going? Where is Star Wars going? Where are you taking these franchises? What are you doing with them? And how do we fit in? How do we create a game that fits in with that time frame? And maybe even, hey, is there some stories that you know that you're not going to be able to tell because you guys just don't have the time to do them? Is there some cool stories out there, some cool characters you're not going to be able to deep dive that we can go ahead and make a game and deep dive it on? You get yourself those licensed IPs, make them MCU certified, make them Star Wars certified, whatever the case may be, where they are canon. And that's how you differentiate yourself. And I think you got yourself a plan that will get you ahead of the curve. Even though right now you're behind the curve, you can jump ahead of the curve and then establish your place as well. And DC, absolutely, I'm all about, DC does not have their shit together like MCU does. DC eventually is going to figure it out. They have to, if they want to get on board with this whole superhero movie explosion. They're going to have to figure it out one way or another. They're going to have to. And I'm all about getting those DC licenses as well for IPs, for some of the big stuff. Again, Batman, Superman, you need big stuff. Iron Man from the MCU still needs a game. And I know I know, brother. And I'm not saying just because of you, but what I'm saying is, you got devs over on BioWare at EA that knew that figured out how to create flying mechanics in a suit that are perfect for Iron Man. Go ahead, go hire those people and tell them to come over and create be part of the team that creates the Iron Man game. Because you do that right, guess what? Certified hit out of the park. I don't care what you're talking about. It's a done deal. You go get
with
that
all
stuff.
The suits too. That's the crazy thing.
Right. You got all those suits, everything. Go get the Black Panther. It's a huge IP right now. Go get Black Panther. Go do it. I don't know how you do it, but go do it. I'm just saying, again, is it a need? Does Xbox die because they don't have a superhero game if they never go get an IP? Absolutely not. I'm not that guy. Do I want them just to copy Sony, No. Am I that Xbox fan that's just whining because Sony has something we don't have?
No.
Nope. I'm not doing that either.
Can care less.
From a business standpoint, it adds value to what you've got going on Game Pass, which is your vehicle, which needs the diversity of games, just like Netflix. Does Netflix need anime or to die off? No, they'd be fine. They'd still be Netflix. But did they go out and get anime and start creating anime studios to make anime for Netflix? Yeah. Why? Because it's popular and because it creates more diversity within their lineup. It attracts more people when people look at Netflix. So superhero genre is just another genre of game that Xbox can add to that diverse lineup in Game Pass. They already have a fantastic diverse lineup, but they add the superhero genre. So when people are making those buying decisions, do I want to join Game Pass? They look through that gigantic 400 game list. They see something like Iron Man sitting there. Oh, damn. They got superhero games on here too. Oh, all right. I'm in. I've always wanted to play the Iron Man game. Great. It's just one more added value to your entire lineup. That's where I stand with it. That's why I think Xbox needs to go. Again, they're going to overpay. Again, it's not going to be a cheap proposition to do this in any way, shape, or form. But if there's one company that can do it, it's Xbox. And if there's one company that has the power to walk in and get ahead of a curve that they're currently behind on, it is Xbox, because they put themselves in this position with Game Pass. And with all the decisions they've been making lately, it has led to this point where they can now do this kind of stuff. And I say, go do it. If it's not already being done, just get it done and just lock it down. That's the way I would be. So Steel, I know I deep dive. I don't know if we were planning on doing that here, but it was a perfect part with Wolverine because it's been the talk of the town now that Wolverine's been announced. Obviously, they got Spider-Man, so now they have two of the biggest names in superhero world. Where are you at? What do you think?
As far as being like one of the bigger names, Spider-Man for sure. I definitely agree with that. Wolverine is kind of one of those we're going to see what they end up doing with it. Can it be done right? Yeah, sure. But I feel like the only way to do it right is if they end up doing the classic Wolverine. I need Wolverine with the outfit. I don't want Hugh Jackman in this game. I don't want non-suited
old man Logan.
No, I don't want old man Logan. I don't want to see. I want fully suited up Wolverine with the availability to give me different suits, and everything else. As far as Xbox needing, or just really any platform, but we'll just keep it at Xbox. Xbox needing some kind of a superhero game. I do agree that they do. I am of the mind, I want a Blade game. I really do. I want something that's going to be dark, that's going to be mature, that's going to cover that vampire base that we're now rolling into. Can really get expansive with the combat, can get expansive with the story. Because with the Blade game, you can go any way. You don't have to stick with the Marvel side. You can take it down that real dark path and make it deep and make it gritty and make it disturbing in some aspects and whatnot. Because Blade has that potential. I would also like you said, an Iron Man game. I'm of the mind that why don't they just take, if you're going to close out Anthem and Anthem is going to be a dead game, then take all those mechanics and create an Iron Man game. That's it. Give me all the suits that Iron Man has, that Tony Stark has at his disposal, and give me access to be out in the world and call the Hulkbuster armor from out of nowhere, call her out down from outer space and have it lock on to the current armor that you got on, and give me a whole experience with that. Iron Man does have a lot of potential, especially if you do it, start it from the beginning, really, build up the story and everything. Make me feel like I am that. That's exactly what Anthem did, and they did it very.
Have a Yakuza business simulator in there with Iron Man, so you got to make some money.
Yeah, you can do a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? You can do a little bit of everything in there. That would be super dope. Other than Blade or an Iron Man game, I know people were like, oh, well, now we see Hulk is coming. This and this. They're building all these wonderful things. It's like, I do agree that Xbox does need another IP to really grab people. I mean, Spider-Man by itself, being the face of Marvel, does everything that Sony needs it to do. Not only from the movie aspect, but also from the game. The Spider-Man 2018 was an amazing game. It is what it is. The best Spider-Man game that has ever been created to this date. And with that game alone, I have full faith that Insomniac can put out an excellent Wolverine game. I just hope that it's more mature, like we talked about earlier. But do they need it? Yeah, you need IP that's going to attract people. Superheroes are a big thing. There's been discussions going around within communities saying that superhero movies might be the reason why the movie industry stays alive. Shang-Chi is doing amazing numbers in the box office right now. We went through a whole pandemic, and with the slew of different like superhero-based movies that are coming out within especially these next few years, I can see that as being 100% accurate. So why not? If you're trying to pull in the younger audience, if you're trying to pull in more people to your console, especially into a system, into an environment like Game Pass, or just an ecosystem just like Xbox overall, you need something that's going to pull people in. And superheroes are the easiest to do that, but they're not the easiest to pull off, as we have seen over the years. The best superhero game to date is that Spider-Man game. And you could call it what you want. Other than that, we do have other examples like the Hulk game from back in the day that was on OG Xbox. That was an amazing Hulk game. I mean, as far as the destruction and everything else, like getting a understanding of how it feels to be the Hulk, they nailed it perfectly. The Punisher game from back in the day, amazing game. And that's another.
How good would Punisher be now?
Oh my God. Seeing Coalition do like a Punisher game, yeah. I think that would be absolutely amazing. Again, you have the opportunity to be gritty, keep it realistic. There's just so many options that you have with that, especially if they include John Berthal. I think I saw Tempest mention that a little bit earlier. I think he nailed being Punisher in the series that they put on Netflix for the Punisher show. And if he was incorporated in it, I think I would knock it out of the park. Again, there's so many avenues to take this and so many ways to take advantage of this. You brought up some good ones too, Pong. Black Panther. There's so many different avenues to travel down that one of them has to be in the light. I was of the mindset though, if Sony's going to go Marvel, I would rather Xbox and not do the whole Marvel thing. Do DC. Do the whole DC play.
Have a mix. Have a mix.
Or you can have a mix. There's nothing wrong with having a mix.
Do the Marvel anti-hero like Blade and Punisher, and then go the hero route on the DC side.
Could do that. Cool. That would be dope. That would be competition. There's plenty of competition right there too, because you're doing things from different angles. The only thing that bothers me and that gets me kind of convoluted with that whole thing is that, okay, now how are you going to fit these other stories in there? You know what I mean? How are you going to progress these stories after that? Because if you keep too many stories in separate places, all these different universes, then you could confuse people. We have the current cinematic universe, and you have the gaming universe, and you have, we have these guys over here that have nothing to do with this. And you're like, I don't know, man. Spawn, exactly. You said that in the DMs. Spawn, I think, would be one of the most badass. If Xbox was able to get that Spawn game, especially with that Xbox green, that Spawn, oh my goodness, that would be perfect. Man, I'm of the mindset that it's something that Xbox should look to, especially nailing down, because obviously Sony isn't playing. Sony knows knows what's working. They know what's going to sell, and they're giving it to the dev team that pretty much is putting PlayStation in their back pocket right now. If it wasn't for, again, like I said earlier when we started this whole thing, if it wasn't for Insomniac, I don't know what PlayStation would be doing right now. We wouldn't have got Ratchet & Clank right now. We wouldn't have got the Spider-Man game. We wouldn't have got Miles Morales. We wouldn't be getting a Wolverine game.
Right.
It's just crazy to think about where we are in the industry currently. But yeah, I agree.
Don't think that Sony's done.
Oh,
because remember, they don't just have Insomniac. Now remember, they still got Sucker Punch, and Sucker Punch did Infamous. And I know some people don't like Infamous. I personally loved Infamous, but that's basically a superhero game, anti-hero game, whatever you want to call it. But Infamous is on the same lines as that, and Sucker Punch could easily do a superhero game like that and pull it off, because they've already got the experience.
Exactly. I mean, they have quite a few teams. Sony has quite a few teams that could work on these different things. Insomniac just has been the most consistent, and they're proving that they can churn out games. Like, whatever their inside studio system is, their environment has to be like, the people that work for Insomniac have to love working there, because the amount of love and dedication that get put into the games that you can see on the detail and everything, it just lends credence to people who really care about what they're developing. And that's the most important thing, right? That devs continue to get that, the support, the love, the time to put out good games. And they're doing that. Speaking of that, Spider-Man 2, man. Spider-Man 2, when I saw this trailer, this gave me a reason to be like, okay, I need a PlayStation 5. This did it for me.
I knew this was the one, man. When I DM'd you, I knew you were at work.
As soon as they showed Venom, and I can't forget, I forget the guy's name, of the guy who plays Candyman. I can't think of his name. As soon as I heard Venom and I put two and two together and I heard that voice, I was like, bro, Insomniac does not miss. They know exactly what they're doing with this universe. I grew up because they're using the Ultimate Spider-Man kind of timeline, right? Now, from what we've seen, is it CGI? Probably mostly. If not all of that was probably CGI.
They confirmed it's in engine.
Oh, it is an engine?
Real time in engine.
Oh, okay. Real time in engine?
Yeah,
okay.
The devs, a bunch of Twitter.
Tony Todd. There you go. Thank you, Geezer. Thank you, Geezer. Okay, so it's in engine. We all know what that means. So if in engine has any credence to how the first Spider-Man game was, then this is going to look insane. And again, we're years out. They're talking about it releasing in 2023. Do I think it's going to release then? I don't know. I think it's going to be more so a 2024 game, just to give that time. If they're also working on Wolverine, it's just a lot.
They got magic, man.
They do got magic. They got some godly powers over there. They got a vault back there.
The assets are built. The assets are.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But with everything going on in the world and everything, if things get back on track, then definitely I can see 2023. I can see 2023 without a shadow of a doubt. But as soon as they showed Venom, that took me over the moon. I was like, oh, that's all I needed to see. That'll be, especially coming off that 2018 Spider-Man. I didn't get a chance to play any of the DLC because I ended up, my PlayStation sat for almost 2 years because the main reason I bought a PlayStation 4 was for Gundam Breaker 3. I say that over and over and over again. And this has been the first reason for me to really be like, okay, let me set some ducats to the side to make sure that I will be able to get this console when this game releases, because I am infatuated with Venom overall as a character. I like Spider-Man. Spider-Man is definitely dope, and I like a lot of the custom costume choices and everything, but Venom is one of the main reasons why I am in love with Spider-Man. But just to see them go this story, going through this story route, the storyline, is an amazing thing to me. Harry Osborn being Venom, seeing how they're going to end up incorporating the whole Green Goblin, even if they end up doing that, it's going to be extremely interesting to see. I'm hyped for it, man. It definitely sent me over the moon. How are you feeling about it? I know you're not the biggest, you're a Marvel fan, but you're like kind of pulled back from it. How are you feeling about this, man? Is this another reason to give you that get that PlayStation 5, man?
Yeah, no, it's not a reason for me. Again, it's cool. Spider-Man for me has always been take it or leave it character. I know he's a fan favorite. Don't hate me. It's just Spider-Man in general. Again, I was such a heavy X-Men / a couple other teams guy that the Spider-Mans and stuff just. They were okay. Again, I like Peter Parker. I like some of the movies. Again, it's not for me. I played the 2018 game. I played it for probably about 30 hours or so. Got wrapped up in, as I always do in open world games, doing a lot of the side stuff.
Yeah, I did everything.
Cool. Yeah. But it was cool. But it just after a while, it was like, meh. I just, again, I don't downplay the size of this game and how much it means to the community and obviously the millions upon millions of Spider-Man fans. I mean, Spider-Man again is one of the biggest names going, and that's without a doubt. So for me, it's not a reason. However, here's the deal: they've got an opportunity here, and they've come out and said this is a single player experience, right? They showed Miles and Peter together during the trailer, which is huge. Yes. They're talking about having a dynamic where you can switch off between the characters, right? Here's the deal. I have a feeling, and I don't like that idea. You don't like the idea of switching?
I don't like the idea of switching off. I don't want to switch off. Okay. I'd rather it be co-op.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going. I think that and they've said this is single player, but I think my gut feeling is, and again, my gut feeling has been wrong so many times it doesn't matter. But my gut feeling is that Insomniac knows it would be a huge opportunity to push the bar even further
if it was co-op.
If they do add co-op and they allow drop in, drop out co-op, where you can have a buddy drop in as Miles or Peter, however they work it out. I think that would be absolutely freaking fantastic. Playing Spider-Man with you, brother.
Oh, that would be dope.
Venom,
that would be dope.
That would be dope. That would be cool as hell, man. And I think that Insomniac knows that opportunity is there. I don't know how they couldn't. And I think even though they've come out and said it's single player, I think in the back of their heads, I think they've got the plans in place. And I think that's why they showed Miles, knowing that the fans would look at that and go, what?
Yeah, because
you
can't play both at the same time.
Yeah, right. Co-op Spider-Man? Okay. All right. Like I said, taking it to a whole nother level. I think it would be fantastic if they do that. I really hope they do. Again, I would consider it personally a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't know how everybody would feel about it. It'll come out. It'll be a great game. Again, I have no doubt it's going to be another high scoring, fantastic, world-renowned game from Insomniac because they obviously know how to make Spider-Man. So that I have no doubt about. But man, if they do add that co-op, all right, now you got me peaked. Now you got my interest peaked right there because that would be pretty cool to dive in.
Yeah,
and have two Spider-Mans battle it out with
that would be dope. I think that idea would be a lot more fascinating than like Leonardo was saying. I think they confirmed it's like GTA 5. I don't know if I necessarily like the system that they had set up in GTA 5. It was okay. Developed with the way that they developed the story. I wouldn't want that in a Spider-Man game. Like, give me one or the other. Let me choose whether I want to be one or the other, or like just decide where you want to take the story. Doing that whole switching out from one character to the other character, I think it's just kind of, I don't know, man. I feel like it's kind of personally cheesy. I do like the thought of co-op being more of a facet, because that would make more sense, because they're literally existing within the same world with each other now, which typically hasn't always been the thing with Spider-Man. Spider-Man has always been his own guy until up to a certain point, and now with both of them being very active, pretty much in their prime, Miles Morales getting to that point, unless they plan on Spider-Man dying in this game or something, I just don't think that would be the way to take it. I definitely would want that co-op aspect. I think that would be super dope. Being able to team up with a buddy, like you said, using that example of me and you teaming up and fighting Venom, or just fighting Venoms, or just swinging through the city together, bouncing off of each other. I think that would definitely take the game up to the next level, rather than, oh, okay, well, I did all the missions I could with Spider-Man, so now let me swap over to Miles Morales. Right. And then, okay, let me swap back over this way. I mean, yeah, you'll get a lot of gameplay and everything like that, but I just feel like there's a missed opportunity there, overall, if they do it that way. I don't think it's going to take away from the experience, but I just feel like they have a chance, especially with it being next gen only, to really take it to that, like, shoot it over the moon, to be like undeniable.
That's a question too, Steel. Do you think it's going to be next gen only?
I think it will be. I think this Spider-Man game will be the one that they actually say, okay, let's make this one next gen only.
Okay. All right.
I think so. I
think it's gonna be cross gen.
You think it's gonna be cross gen still?
Yeah, with the chip shortage, if it's let's put it this way, if it's 2023, I think it's still cross gen. Because
still falls in that 4-year time.
Yeah, so. Jim Ryan put it out there. And I think that if the chip shortage does last into 2023 and they don't have the PS5 install base that they wanted at that point, even though it's still selling faster than PS4, we know all the stats. But if they still don't have that install base, I think they would still consider it a miss. From Jim's point of view, from the bottom line point of view, dollar wise, I think they would think it was a miss not to give that opportunity for the PS4 players, the 100 million plus at that point that are still going to have PS4s versus a PS5, to not give that opportunity for them to buy it as well. I think that this might still stay cross-gen.
And it depends. If it does stay cross-gen, though, it's not going to have that co-op aspect in it. The only way the only way that they would do that is if it is next gen only. I mean, I definitely understand why you're saying that. Again, it does fit within that 4-year time span. I think the smartest thing to do, though, just depending on how they are designing the game this time around. Again, with them being able to use a lot of the assets from before. I really want them to expand the city out, to really be able to use, because they kind of centralize you within certain parts of New York. I want them to be able to really expand it out. And I feel like they would only be able to really do that on next gen. Other than that, there's just a lot you're going to be giving up if you keep it cross gen.
I agree. You would definitely be making sacrifices. I agree. So
And it kind of runs into one of those points to where you could be maybe potentially even talking about two different games as far as like a PlayStation 4 version and a PlayStation 5 version. I just think I think it would be smarter if they were going to buckle it down and say, you know what, it's not going to be on PlayStation 4, but it's going to be on PlayStation 5 and PC. I think that would be an interesting play because then it kind of makes up for that back end. Yeah, we might not get those PlayStation 4 people, but we'll definitely get those PC people, especially if you, before you release this, a year before, maybe a year and a half before, release the 2018 Spider-Man on PC also. I think that would that would do gangbusters for them. That would kill the market and really... and really put Sony on a mantle. I ain't gonna lie to you. I won't lie to you as far as that goes. But yeah, man, Spider-Man 2. And then last but not least, as we're getting into the end of the show, Nix was saying we're still on it. We're on the Iron Lords type of time.
You know how we do, Nix. You know how we do.
And we're only two guys, man. And we're still talking about it with passion. I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is.
Because it's games, man. We love this shit. We love this.
God of War Ragnarok. For this title, I'll be completely honest. The first God of War Ragnarok, I've never been a huge God of War fan. I've never played the games over the years. I've played 1, played 2, and I really wasn't really on board with them then. They were cool for the time, but I never stuck with them. The 2018 or the new God of War, it was at 18 or 19. Was that 19?
18.
Was that 18 too? Okay.
For sure.
That God of War, I played it on PlayStation 4 also, and it was all right. Again, playing on the harder difficulties. I was having a good time with it at that time, but it didn't entice me the way that everybody else makes it seem that it does for them, which I completely understand. I understand why people get hype about it. And the graphics and the way that the game looks and the mythos and mythology and everything else. And it's cool and all. And the development is cool and all. But it just doesn't sit the same with me that it does for everybody else. I don't think it's as great as people make it seem, but I'm not saying that it's a bad game. It's not. It's a very solid game. This trailer, as God of War trailers have sold me more than this one particularly did. It kind of fell flat for me. They were doing a lot of good things. It's a good looking game. It looks good. I mean, I can't deny that. It looks good. It looks like it's going to play smooth. The environments look very filling. I guess that's the word to say. It looks like they're very expansive. But again, it's going to be a linear experience, and I think the biggest thing for God of War that it does is really take the story and kind of turn it on its head a lot of the time. Take that expansive combat and and just include the mythology with it and everything. But other than that, it just fell flat for me personally. It was okay. I'm not as excited as everybody else is. How are you feeling about it, man? What do you think about God of War? Were you excited about this trailer? Did this trailer get you hyped? Were you obsessed with Dad Bod Thor?
God, man. Seriously, people get a life. Anyways, there's all different representations. I understand the feeling when I think of Thor and Thunder God. I think of the bodybuilder Thor versus a realistic version of who he is. Again, again, we were having these talks behind the scenes, and it's not like anybody was around. We don't have any proof that God's really walked the earth. So again, what does any of us know what they're supposed to look like, right? Except from descriptions. So anyways, be that as may, God of War itself, I told you, and I stand by this, I like David Jaffe's versions of God of War versus the new one more so. Again, I appreciate what Corey and his team did, Balrog and his team did with God of War to reinvent it and make it what it is. And again, I don't take away from the game at all. I thought it was a good game. I didn't finish it. Again,
I didn't finish it either.
People who listen to me,
I got bored of it.
Elsewhere, no, I don't finish a whole lot of games. So that shouldn't be surprising. But again, at the end of the day, a lot of people consider it one of the all-time great games. From what I played through it, nothing that I would have finishing the game would not have changed my mindset that I don't think it's one of the greatest all time for me personally. It would not have been up on that list for me. But Great game. Good game.
Yeah, it's a good
Right.
game.
I don't have any problem with it. I love Norse mythology.
No,
And let's address this too. There was a lot of people online yesterday having issues with that. It looked the same. Well, guess what? Of course it does.
it's a question
Again,
game.
listen, people, take a step back from your fanboyism, your fangirlism. Take a step back and realize that this was just like Miles Morales.
Yep.
This was a DLC originally planned for the PlayStation 4 version.
Yep.
That Jim and the guys took a step back and said, "Hey, what games can we take and fill out some content, because we're putting out a lot of games at the end of the generation for PS4. We're shooting a lot of our shots, and we don't have much coming into PlayStation 5 generation.
Mm-hmm.
What can we take and make into a full-blooded game?" Or, you know, if people want to call it a glorified DLC, I don't care. What can we take and make so that we can have some content early on in the PlayStation 5 life cycle? And this is obviously one of them. They went to Corey's team. I'm sure they saw what they were doing and said, "Hey, can you flesh out this DLC? Can you flesh this out and make this a full-blown game? Can you do that and make it cross-gen for PS5, PS4, so that we can slot this in somewhere in the 2022 range? Can you do that?" And I'm sure Corey and his team said, "Absolutely, of course we can. We got plenty we could do." So again, that's why the graphics look the same. They're using the same assets. They're using the same engine. They're not going to upgrade it. Like, they've done some upgrades, just like we saw in Miles, right? We saw some upgrades for the PlayStation 5 version, but you're not going to see a full current gen, and I'm calling current gen PlayStation 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Yeah.
Current gen. You're not going to see that full current gen experience with this game. That's not what they were shooting for here. They were shooting for a cross-gen title that they could make, that they could expand out on what they currently had planned, make it a full-fledged game. I think this one is going to be a much more full experience, much like Horizon Forbidden West is going to be. I think Horizon Forbidden West was originally some DLC for Zero that they expanded out and said, "No, we're just going to make a sequel, make a cross-gen, fill a slot, it's good to go." You're going to get that full game experience more so than you did with Miles, which some people had some issues with the length of Miles. I think this one is going to be that big experience that everybody expected. It's just that it's cross-gen and they're going to use the same assets. I think what the trailer did show, I think the trailer showed some new mechanics. I think the trailer showed some better density within the world.
Showed more expansive enemies, more diverse enemies. That's what I saw.
I think you're going to see a lot of that. And so I think it's a good move on their part. I think it's going to turn out to be a great game. At the end of the day, I do think this hits 2022. I know some people were shocked and awed by the fact that they didn't even give a year at the end of that trailer. I think they're going to, some people claim that they're not going to bookend 2022. It's out of Sony's wheelhouse to do that. Look, I think they have to. I think with what Xbox has coming next year, and again,
I think it's going to come summer. I think they'll release this game summer.
I think it's holiday, but either whether it's summer or holiday,
even later.
Yeah, I think it's holiday.
Oh, wow.
I think they give their fans something during the holidays, 2022 versus
that's a long time
this year
to wait.
where they don't have anything. I know, but I think they're going to give that team. I think Corey and his team are going to have that game tip-top shape. It is going to be prime when it hits. They're going to bake that thing until it's ready. And I think end of 2022 is when we see it. But no, I liked what I saw. I definitely did. Again, Norse mythology to me is fantastic. The introduction of Freya, not only Thor, not only are you getting Thor, but Freya into this. Freya, for anybody who doesn't know, Freya is one of the most powerful goddesses in Norse mythology. The Greeks broke out their goddess and goddesses a lot further than Norse mythology did. Norse mythology, a lot of their gods and goddesses crossed over. They encapsulated a lot more than like, let's say, the Greeks did. But so Freya is the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, sex, war, gold. She's got it all. So she is a complex goddess, and she is a fiery goddess. And you see her here being portrayed as the antagonist in one way. So I think that's very cool. I think that's going to be a cool aspect to this. And obviously the dynamic of Thor being possibly an antagonist in this as well.
I think it will be, yeah.
Those are some powerful beings, man.
Yeah.
Those are some powerful beings to go up against. Without a doubt. I think that could be, it could be even bigger than what we saw from God of War 2018. Like I said, I think when they went to them and said, "Hey, can you make this a full-fledged story?" I think that at that point, Corey's imagination ran wild and said, absolutely, let's do this. There's a bunch of stuff we were going to have on the cutting room floor that we weren't going to be able to do. Let's do it. And I think that opened up a whole new realm for him to explore within it. So I'm excited for it. Again, is it a game that makes me absolutely go get a PS5? No, and as weird as that sounds to some people out there who are on the train that God of War is one of the greatest of all time, I get it. I understand. But for me, this is a game that I would definitely play. It's a game that I would definitely be looking forward to. It's just not a game that I would need. Again, KOTOR is the one that did it for me, as crazy as that sounds. So for me, KOTOR and Forspoken as a new IP speaks to me even more so than a God of War or Spider-Man. That's just me. It's my personal craziness. It's a me thing. But no, I liked what I saw. I definitely think, the people clamoring about the graphics looking the same. I don't know what you were expecting, but at the end of the day, I still think it's going to shine. And I think by the time it does come out, like I said, if it is the holiday and they have that much time to spiff it up, it's going to look fantastic. And I think some people are going to get the PlayStation 5 version and be like, okay, I can see what they did here. They did some really cool things.
Yeah.
So I'm all on board. Great way to end it. Obviously, that's the way to end the show. I thought that was a perfect way. So I'm good.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, man. It's just, again, I mean, if you want to take it as a negative that the game looks similar to the first one, I mean, it's a continuation, man. I mean, it's going to be the same thing for Spider-Man. They're going to be able to do the same thing, use the same assets. So again, that's why I can't deny the fact that what you're saying as far as them is still being cross-gen. It could be very well possible. I mean, using all the same assets and everything, it's kind of hard to, or when you're continuing stories, it's kind of hard to, completely upgrade it. You know what I mean? So, and it just depends. I mean, again, with them saying that they're going to support the PlayStation 4, the last gen, up to 4 years, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to not see the overall play again. And I'm not saying that the first God of War didn't look good. The game God of War looks good. I mean, out of all the games that have come out over the years within the last decade, I could definitely say that God of War is probably up there as far as one of the better looking games. It is, but it also was boring to me. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. I do that for my own personal challenge. I'm 6 hours into the game and I'm bored.
Right.
That's not a good sign to me.
Right.
Personally. And I was enjoying the story and where it was going, but I'm also not as connected to it. And I'm not going to force, and especially being a multiplayer gamer, it's just one of those things where, am I going to play God of War or am I going to play Halo?
Yep.
Right. I'm probably going to play Halo.
I get it.
Or am I going to play God of War? I'm going to play Battlefield.
Get it?
I'm probably going to play Battlefield. Or depending, and especially with everything else that's coming out, am I going to play God of War? Am I going to play Redfall? Because the homies want to play Redfall. Damn, I'm probably going to play Redfall. You know, like when it comes into that conversation, it's just, that's what it is. It also goes right back into the whole hardcore conversation. Again, like I've said this before I get into this community, I thought everybody who just played story-based games was casual gamers. So it's just like, that could be a whole different conversation in itself. You know what I mean? So it's just depending on your aspect. If you like it, I love it, man. As long as the game is something that you were looking forward to, as long as they showed you everything that you were looking for, that's what matters. But overall, Paul, what would you give the show, man? Scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, I'm a high score here. So I mean, again, I understand why people have scored it the way it has. I can't hear the fours out there that some people are getting. I can't hear that.
It's not a 4.
I think Spooky really early in the chat when we first started talking said that he gave it a 5. Spooky, I don't know if I can hear that, brother. I can hear a 6. I can hear a 7. for me, again, I take every show in a vacuum. I don't compare it to anything else. I don't say, oh, this is supposed to be their E3 because they didn't have an E3, so it should have been this versus. I don't do that. I just look at it purely from a gamer standpoint. Did I see stuff that I enjoyed? Was the pacing well done? Did it keep me interested? Did it keep me engaged? Was I smiling? Was I enjoying myself as I was watching the show? Was I checking the time going, God damn, this is really running out? I look at that stuff. So from that aspect, and Sony answered the question of, are you giving me something to hope? Are you giving me a reason to own a PlayStation 5? Maybe not right now, but down the line, are you selling me that PlayStation 5? And the answer is a resounding yes, absolutely. I gave the show a 9. I haven't changed it. I was thoroughly entertained. I saw a lot of stuff I like. Yes, even the multi-plat stuff, I don't take away from that because that's going to be a part of a show. Now, again, what I'll say, I guess, to end this up as we wrap this up, because we're kind of wrapping this up anyway. So what I will say real quickly, as far as criticisms, I would not have split the show up the way they did. I would not have made it third-party multi-plat stuff, timed exclusive stuff in the beginning, and then your first party. I would have mixed. I would have started. KOTOR was great to start with. Don't get me wrong.
You hit me over the head with that.
That was huge. I probably would have put that in the middle. I would have started with a Spider-Man 2, ended with a God of War. I would have bookended it. I like that approach to things. Again, that's a me thing. Not everybody's about that. I like that approach, but KOTOR was a great way to start since they split it up the way they did. I just wouldn't have done it that way. I would have had a mix throughout of first party, third party stuff. I think it would have kept the pacing. You would have noticed that little lull in the middle there as much. Had they thrown in a first party title in between there, like Chia, however you say it. I think you say Chia and Blood Hunt. If you threw a first party title in there, you wouldn't have noticed it as much. That's just me personally, but yeah, no, I gave it a 9 out of 10. Great show. Is Sony holding back stuff? Absolutely. If you think they showed everything at this show, you got another thing coming. They got so many deals in the background, some that we've heard smoke about, some that we don't even know about yet. They're not out there. Again, that KOTOR was a uppercut. It was a bully move. It was to say, look, we know Xbox is not playing around this generation. We don't have the easy road to world domination that we did last gen by any stretch of the imagination. This is a different Xbox right now. They came out, gave that uppercut to let them know. to let them know we're here, we're doing stuff. We may not have the amount of studios first party to compete with you on a game by game basis. Again, they know Xbox is coming and it's going to be an avalanche. They don't have that content to compete, but with third party, second party deals, with money bagging times exclusives, they can certainly put up a damn fight over it, and they're going to do that.
Oh yeah, facts.
So this is just the beginning. So that's where I'm at with it. Steel, what did you score it overall?
First off, K Mega said, "Damn guys, Insomniac confirmed Spider-Man 2 is a single player."
That's what they're
game.
saying now. That's what they're saying now.
Damn, Pong. They might be a cross-gen game.
Might be a cross-gen game.
It is what it is, man. I'll be the one to end up getting on PlayStation 5. I'm not playing 30 FPS. I'm not doing it. Not for Spider-Man. Spider-Man is definitely one of those where I kind of wish I would have waited now, because I can imagine that game at 60 FPS, and that's why I'm actually kind of excited. If it does end up coming to PC, I will for damn sure play the entire game again on the hardest difficulty with all the DLC. That is something that I would do. I'd be one of those that would fall for the trap of them reselling a game on PC and me buying it. Just to get that 60 FPS, because I feel like Spider-Man deserves it bare minimum. There's way too much going on within that game for it to have a 30 FPS option. I think that does not do it justice, period. Now, with that being said, the show overall, I give it a 7. Mainly because I like the pacing. I liked most of the stuff that I saw. Again, the only thing that really clarified to me, saying, hey, you need to really start setting that $50 to the side, or whatever the case might be, to get that PlayStation in 2024, 2023, if it does release then. Spider-Man was that, especially with Venom being incorporated with that. That was the only game that said that to me. Everything else is coming out on PC. And whether that you want to see that as a negative or not is completely up to you. I don't think it's a negative. Again, I will stand on this mound that we are in an age of accessibility. And if people are failing to realize that more gamers are going to have more access to games than that they ever have had before, then you are sadly mistaken. We're in the age of accessibility. We're in the golden age of gaming. We want more people to be involved in our ecosystem. There's a reason why gaming, at least as far as consoles and PC goes, is capped out at 500 million. Do you want to reach those other 2.5 billion people? Offer your games to more places. It doesn't devalue your console. Like, the console warring has to stop. If it's not on my plastic, then it doesn't matter. I thought we were just gamers. Obviously, that's not the case. You guys want to argue about what piece of box is better than this other piece of box, knowing that your specific piece of box's controller doesn't even add up to what half of what an Xbox controller can do for you. And that's just according to the masses. Xbox controller is one of the most comfortable controllers out there in existence. That's why people prefer the offset sticks. The services side of everything. That's why people like what's going on over there. The retention rate, everything. You want to step your game up? That's where to do it. Reach more people. The more and more PC games that PlayStation puts out that come to PC, I think the more and more people will end up investing in the PlayStation ecosystem. But they need to also put in work to PlayStation Plus. They need to put in work to PlayStation not only Plus, what's the
PS
other
Now.
one called? PS Now. Thank you. But they also need to put in work to PS Now to give people a reason to stay invested. It makes it completely pointless if I buy a system and then it sits for a year because there's nothing else to play. For me personally. Again, I am very bougie about games that I like to play. I am very specific about games that I'm willing to play. I'm not just going to play a game because you think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm not. If I don't have a genuine interest in it, I will not play it. It's an add-on at that point. It's a back end piece of firmware, a piece of software, I should say, that is a bonus to me having this. And you have to give me more reasons than what your reasons are for me to buy or invest in your ecosystem. And I still do not have a reason to invest in that ecosystem until at least 2023. So with that being said, that's part of the reason why I gave the show a 7. Yes, I'm not saying that it was mediocre or it didn't show things that were not amazing. I thought the pacing of the show was excellent. I thought they did really well as that. Again, they did magnificent job of doing exactly what me and Pong told y'all that they would do last week, and that is selling hope. I see it again. People in every community, it's not just Twitter. Again, it's not just Twitter. I listen to certain people and I listen to certain podcasts to get a perspective of what the masses think, because a lot of people have brand loyalty. And the people who continue to have this brand loyalty are still stuck up in their own ass, still stuck up in this, their own form of osmosis, that because these things, what they showed at this conference, at this showcase, nobody else can compete now. And I'm going to tell you right now that I have to disagree. And this is not the way that we should be talking about this. Talk about what you love, talk about what you enjoyed, but the show wasn't as magnificent as some people have tried to make it seem. I agree. I can run with your 9, Pong. I can see why you gave it that. Again, you had a lot more things that pulled your attention. KOTOR again. I mean, again, you look at these things in a vacuum the same way that I do. And between KOTOR and Spider-Man, those are the main 2 things. But with KOTOR also coming to PC, it's not a reason for me, and me being highly invested in PC, it's not a reason for me to reach that way. For me, it's more so, damn, that's excellent. They are partially understanding the whole reaching out to a broader audience. And that's been more of what I wanted to see from Sony from this. Are you expanding out? What is your future plans? What are you really trying to do? Not just games. What are you doing with PS Plus? What are you doing with PS Now? Show me what your future is. Why should I invest?
They've got a lot of questions unanswered still.
Yeah,
they do. As much as we just talked about the whole superhero thing and Xbox and what they need to do, there's a lot that Sony needs to do too. There's a lot of holes to fill over there that they need to. They're chasing Xbox in a lot of ways. We've heard behind the scenes. They're funding studios to make games as a service. First person shooters. There's a lot of different IPs that they're going to try to resurrect to try to grab some of those spaces. So you're absolutely correct. There's a lot to be done over there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, just the same way that y'all want certain things on one side, it's the same way I want certain things from the other side. Again, games and everything are great. Single player games and everything are great. But after you beat that game, what do you have?
Right.
What? And that is the reason why retaining a consumer base or retaining your ecosystem is so important. That's just me. That's just my personal opinions. But other than that, that's about it from me. There's anything else that you'd like to add on from there, Paul?
No, not at all. Again, I think we summed it up. I think we definitely broke this down, man. 4 hours.
We're 4 hours deep into this. With that being said, I think I'm going to skip over this day in gaming segment today, just because I gotta hop off and handle some things. Make sure people get fed and whatnot. But
what? The people got to eat? No,
they gotta
not
eat.
During Living Split Screen, man.
They gotta eat.
No eating.
But so with that, I won't be doing the This Day in Gaming segment today. I will make up for that on the back end next week. Again, there was just so much passion, so much to say on this week's news, especially with the showcase and everything. People say that, well, you guys never spend enough time talking about PlayStation. And I was like, we just spent 4 hours talking about it. So nah, but for real, I mean, that's one of the benefits of being a non-console centric platform. It doesn't matter. There's no telling what we'll end up talking about, for how long we'll end up talking about it. And as two people who are extremely passionate about the industry overall, that's why this ends up happening. And hopefully we're able to give out a lot of good content, a lot of good back end story, and just overall opinions about how we're feeling about everything that's going on. I greatly appreciate everyone that has continued to stay tuned in at least this far into the Living Split Screen show, also who catch it on the audio platforms afterwards. It's gonna be another one I'm gonna have to break up for Anchor, because they don't like it when we do that, but hey, it is what it is. Nothing but a little bit of breaking some stuff up. Stanley Francois says eating is overrated. Hey man, I'm hungry, my stomach is touching my back. But no, man, it was definitely an excellent show. Definitely wasn't expecting for us to go this hard about it. Whatever the case, but at the same time, I was neither here or there, and I enjoyed every minute of it, man. So, Pong, with that being said, do you want to lead the people to victory? Let them know where they can find you at, man. And any last moment thoughts, man?
Ah, man, this is a great show. Episode 24. I knew it was gonna be a long one. I called it on Ultimate last night. I said at least 3 hours. At least. I figured that was gonna be our mark, but we took it to 4. So, guess what? We are pushing the limits, Steel. So,
we're doing what the Iron Lords is doing with 6 people, with 2 people.
Look, I'm just happy that there's still like 20 people here listening to us. All you amazing people out there that stick with us, that come by every Saturday. We've had people that have had to jump out because they got to take care of business. We totally get it. We just love you guys, man. Nothing but respect. Thank you all for joining us today. No matter where you join us, whether you join us live, whether you join us halfway through the show, whether you join us at the end of the show, whether you go back and listen on replay, to us. Yeah, on replay, man. Wherever you do that at, we love you guys and love that you come out here and listen to Steel and I talk like this about games for this long. And yes, we have our rants. We go off on tangents. We have topics that hit us a different way, and we talk about those. But man, we love you all and appreciate you guys, and what you mean to us is everything. Because we don't do this without you. Steel and I would just be on Xbox Live talking to each other right now. Instead, we get to share it with people. And so again, respect for all of you. Thank you all for coming out. But yeah, this has been a great show. Episode 24 in the books for Living Split Screen. On a somber type day of 9/11, the 20th anniversary. Again, what we do here is fun and games, but it's always good to take a step back and get perspective on what real life means. Love those around you. Make sure you tell everybody around you that you love them, because in an instant, everything can change. It doesn't have to be a big occurrence. It can be a small occurrence in daily life, but always make sure that you're remembering. That is the important part. And what we're here about is just entertainment, which is the hobby side of things that we get to enjoy, but real life comes first at all times. So make sure you guys do take that step back, and take a look at that, and just ponder it for a moment or two, and remember that, because that's what's important at the end of the day. But still, that being said, brother, I'm so glad that I jumped in this community, that we got to meet. We would not have ever met in life. Chances are we would never have met in real life had it not been for this community, had it not been for the love of gaming, the passion for this industry, what you and I bring. And my 100%. life is better for having you in it, brother, and for having this show in it. And that's all I got to say, because, man, out of how crazy this past year and a half, 2 years have been, man, again, I get to look back and say, guess what? I got to meet a brother from another, and there ain't nothing like that in the world. So not too many places that can happen. For all the bad stuff that happens on the internet, for all the dark side of social media, there is a huge bright white light, and that's important to me. So thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for being 24 episodes in with me on this crazy adventure that we decided to do. Thank you for being a gentleman who can sit here and listen for me talk for 2 hours, while you talk for another 2 hours. That's special, man. That's special. There's not even too many close friends that can do that shit, right? So again, thank you, brother, for all that you do here. Glad to be here. Look, everybody, find me, Pong Soul, Twitter, Xbox right now. In the future, at some point, I think I made it quite clear today, PlayStation 5, for all those people that claim you can't be neutral, that you have to look. Yes, we all have preference, but that does not mean I can be neutral. I love what Sony's got going on and doing, and you'll find me over there on PlayStation again at some point during this generation. So, but Pong Soul everywhere. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK, Blam, Centurion, Fuzzy Belvedere, maybe Stagorilla will be back. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, 6 p.m. Arizona time, as PTK likes to say. Come by. You can hear me talk again about the PlayStation side of things, because guess what? We're probably going to be talking about that again. But we got a lot of great topics. Yeah, short form. Very short form. So, but yeah, you see me there. Tuesday, Xbox Factor Podcast, Mr. Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming, Zemi Games, a 3-bit, myself, Mav's been jumping in there. Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Look, if you guys want to hear the KOTOR fans out there that are kind of upset that Xbox did not get this, guess what? Mr. Boomstick, I'm going to give you a little behind the scenes, is mad. Okay. And he's going to go in on Tuesday. So whether right or wrong, we're going to hear some stuff on Tuesday from Boom. So tune into that. It'll be a great show as always. And then of course, Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate Fun Speculations channel, AKA Mav, his amazing wife, Caitlin, who jumped in here, my extended family as well over there. All my podcasts are my extended family. I love all these people. But the Magnificent Seven rides out Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Come check us out there. Steel, again, brother, love you. Thank you for doing all that you do. Thank you for being here with me. Tell everybody, obviously, where they can find you, how they can Google you, whatever the case may be. But man, lead us out. Give me your final thoughts.
Look, man, a lot of amazing things happened this week. A lot of hype, a lot of gaming news. Again, every week we're getting towards the end of the year where gaming news is starting to hit us upside the head. Week by week, right? There's going to be more and more hype. The industry is becoming larger than it's ever been, month by month, it's seemingly. And hopefully, I just hope everybody else is being safe. Take care of each other, care for each other. The fanboyism and everything else is cool. It's cool to have a preference. It's cool to like things. But if we're talking about, if we're trying to be objective, if we're trying to grow our industry, if we're trying to grow the community, then we need to show the people who already think that we're a waste of time, that we don't do nothing but waste time all day, that we do much more than that, that we're actually helping an industry thrive and investing in an industry that has so many more benefits than just a side thing. It's a mental break for a lot of people. It's help people get through a lot of health scares. It helps people escape reality at some points, but you should never escape reality enough to the point where you should become a shitty ass person in real life. Because no matter how much of a keyboard warrior you are, I can't forgive the bullshit that people do over the internet. I just can't. Because you're overall showing me your true colors, and I can't accept that because you would not do that in real life, and that's one of my biggest things. So that's why I pride ourselves on being authentic. That's why I pride ourselves on being organic. That's why I also pride on that fact that we have energy, that we are passionate, that we did choose to go non-console eccentric. It's all amazing things because we could talk about everything that's going on within the industry because the community is important, the industry is important, and I feel like there should be nothing but love that goes across from there. With that being said, much love to everybody that was in the chat, sticking it out for a 4-hour show. You can find me everywhere where there is a search bar, whether it's Xbox, PlayStation, PC. I still reign everywhere. The T is a 7. Just type it in. Hit me in the DMs on Twitter. Hit me up on YouTube if you like to. Hit us in the comments on our Living SplitScreen YouTube. We can't grow if you guys don't help us grow. We don't know if we're shitty if you guys don't tell us that we're shitty. Me and Pong could sit here and talk for 6 hours if we wanted to. There was some actually a few other things that we could have also touched on if we didn't want to end the show right now. But life is life. We still got to do things in reality also. Keep that in mind. Other than that, much love to everybody. Episode 24 is in the books. 25 is next week. We're almost halfway into a year of doing this. Again, something that, like you said, Pong, I don't think this would have been possible if it wouldn't have been for the community, if it wouldn't have been for the passion, if we didn't see the energy exchange between each other that ended up landing on us doing this together and having the interactions that we have. So I'm right there with you. I have met a brother from another that I otherwise wouldn't have met, and I could never be grateful enough, man. You're definitely a key pillar to the part, and hopefully one of these days we'll definitely be able to link up in real life and have a drink or two, or be able to work out, or whatever the case might be that we end up doing. I think that'll be an amazing thing, man. With that being said, y'all stay easy, keep it live, raw, and uncut, and may the gods walk with y'all. Stay safe, and we'll see y'all next week.
Play what you love, love what you play.
Facts. Much love, y'all.